you think of the past? And too many improvements day after day.
What is good, people? It is the KOA podcast. I am Sasuke the Savage. He is everything animated. What is good with y'all on this beautiful Thursday afternoon? Decrepit Storm, we see you in the chat. The time for the KOA has come around once again. You guessed it.
Yes. And hello, welcome in, Decrepit Storm, and anyone else who's either new or just visiting. Subscribe if you're new, give us a like, helps with the video, and engage. Give us some comments. We have a questionnaire. Submit your questions, Google Doc form, and yeah.
Always in the description, easy to find. If you're watching a VOD, feel free to do the same. We'll answer the question next podcast, and we always do it at the end of the segment. And yeah, if you're unfamiliar with the podcast, what we do here is that we talk about shows from this current season, this season being the spring 2025 season, and of the shows that we picked for the season are Lazarus, Rocket's Lady's Modesty, Apocalypse Hotel, and Ranger Reject Season 2. In addition, we usually watch another show. Normally, it's been shows that we've all agreed to watch that kind of have some nostalgia factor to one of us, and we revisit that show. This time around is a little different just because usually the shows that we pick are good. And this time we kind of changed things, that being Future Diary being the addition, just to spice things up. Honestly, I don't think it was that smart of an idea, but hey, it's been entertaining to say the least.
Yeah, it was kind of fun. Special, y'all are in for a treat with these 3 episodes, 20, 21, and 22. It's, well, I don't want to spoil anything, but just you wait. It is going to be a fun one.
Yeah.
Hello, Trayvon.
Yeah. And also with the shows that we watch for the season, what we do normally when it's all 3, we make a vote and to kill or pass a show, which we still are doing, but this time the rules are a little different. Basically, for a show to get killed or pass, we both had to agree to kill the show for it to go through. For it to pass, just one of us has to go, I want to keep watching it. If a show gets killed, we don't watch it on the podcast anymore. We may watch it on our own time, but we won't discuss it on the podcast. And if we pass it, we will continue to talk about it. And basically, we have these checks to kill or pass it every 3rd episode or so, usually from a 12 episode season. Really just 25% of the show's run. So yeah, that's how everything works. I didn't get the 3 episode sickness this time, fortunately.
Good.
I don't know how, because these had to be. Decrepit Storm, you tried to get me. I'm not going to talk about that show yet. I'm not going to talk about that show yet. Good try though. Good try.
That's for the very end. You're gonna have to wait.
Yes. But you know, those episodes did leave me a little blue, a little sad. So I know EA has me. I know.
I do. I got something that'll never give you the blues.
Now let's get ready for the KOA.
It's Miracle!
So we got some interesting game news. One of the biggest things, at least for us anime fans, is the announcement of a Persona 4 remake. Yeah, that's been something that has been rumored to be in the works for quite a minute, actually. It's funny because I played Persona 4 Golden last year, semi around this time. So for me, I wish this news came out before I played Persona 4 Golden, because then I would have just waited to play the new remake. because now I'm kind of in this weird stage where I'm like, I already played the game. It hasn't been enough time. We don't have an announcement. We don't have a release date on it or anything like that, but it's coming. It's coming. And so, so it's going to be just like with Persona 3 Reload. There's going to be a lot of people who get to experience the game who, they may not have wanted to get into the game because it's an old shit. I think Persona Golden was I think Persona 4 was a PS2 game. And I think Persona Golden was a PS3 game. So it's kind of dated. So
Nice.
that may have kept a lot of people away. But, now with it being on new gen, it'll probably garner a new fan base, for that game.
Yeah. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah, there was a lot of game announcements that happened this weekend. It was everything from, I think it was like Friday. I think it was a 3-day thing, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Like PlayStation has some stuff. There was like a Summer Game Fest thing that happened, and Xbox had their own presentation. One of the biggest games to be announced, well, I'll just say a whole list, but this was probably my number one. Resident Evil 9 got announced, and I was so hyped because there was rumors about Resident Evil 9 being announced coming out, and it's coming out fairly soon. Next February is when it's coming out. And it's going to have some of the old crew. It's going to have Leon. It's going to have Chris Redfield. It's going to have Jill Valentine, I believe. So I'm just interested to see how they're going to be used in it. And this is going to be, like the main character is going to be completely different. I think it's the daughter of Ethan. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it looks very Resident Evil. It's called Resident Evil Requiem. And yeah, I love Resident Evil. It's some of my favorite game series. Even if it's so convoluted and it doesn't make any sense, I don't care. They're fun to play. I love Resident Evil, and I'm looking forward to that one. What about you?
I mean, Resident Evil taught me that just a little bit of alcohol can heal everything.
Pour the juice.
Yep.
I wonder if she's going to be doing the same thing. It's like father, like daughter.
Well, it is, given her DNA, is quite possible. So I wouldn't be surprised if she had the infection as well. But no, I'm excited for Resident Evil. I haven't been with the franchise for all of his games, but I played a good batch of them. I played the 2 remake. I played, what was that? Was that Biohazard was 6, right?
Biohazard was 7.
7. Okay.
Yeah.
So I played Biohazard. I played Village.
Mm-hmm.
Did I play 4? What was 4 focused on?
RE4 was Las Plagas, and it was in Spain.
Oh, I haven't played 4 yet. Okay, so 4 is the one I've been wanting to play because I've heard good things about it.
Yeah, 4 was basically the game changer of the whole franchise. 5 was in Africa with Chris Redfield and Sheva, and it was the first time they incorporated like co-op play into the games when that was big.
Mm-hmm.
And then Resident Evil 6, you played as like 3 different people. I think it was like Leon, Chris, and then some other third person. Like they were, I don't even remember their name. Like it was like someone completely different. And that one was just like so over the top and super extra campy. And I think fans were kind of like, they didn't really care for that one. I don't think it's terrible. It's just not the greatest. And then they reinvented it again with 7, which was Biohazard with Ethan. And now we're kind of here again with the franchise.
Yeah. 7 is probably still one of my favorites. I really love the villains in there. I love the themes of the villains. Like you have the slasher, you have the monster, then you have the psychopath. I liked all phases of it. It was, you were really just set in the house for most of the game, but it just felt it felt big and it felt claustrophobic at the same time. Like it felt like you were moving to a lot of different places while still having that claustrophobia feel of being terrified of this person chasing you. So, and that's what you kind of need in these Resident Evil games. Village kind of had that in the beginning, that feel of being terrified with Lady Demetrius running around. I do really love the villain. His name was Heisenberg. I do like Heisenberg, but I didn't like any of the fights that we got post Lady Demetrius. I thought they were lackluster.
The only other one was like the creepy baby one. It was creepy, but it was like very short. But yeah, Lady Demetrius definitely should have been the main villain, but they had already made the game, and by the time they released everything, they were like, "Oh shit, we didn't know she was gonna get this kind of a reaction." Well, shoot, too late for that. Yeah, exactly. But I'm curious to see what they're gonna do with this. Other thing that I thought was interesting with Xbox is they're announcing basically their version of a Steam Deck, which is their Xbox handheld, which, I'm curious to see how that works. Who knows? I'm not going to get it day one. Anything that runs better than the Switch 2, I'm all for.
I'm skeptical. I don't think
it's their first handheld, so it's probably going to be problematic.
That's the thing. I don't think they should do handhelds. Honestly, Nintendo has kind of just been killing that for all this time. It is kind of their industry. And then with the Steam Deck, it's like, ooh, yeah, I don't know if it's worth it. I mean, even the PSP was a failure, and the PSP was actually good for its time, especially.
That's true. But yeah, they announced a crap ton of games. I don't know. Like that was like the big one that stood out was the Resident Evil 9 one. Maybe if there was one that kind of was noticeable would be Mouse PI for Hire, just because it's again in the whole black and white squash and stretch rubber hose animation style, which I love. And other than that, everything else just looks fine. Like, oh yeah, I'll play it, or maybe I won't, or is Onimusha. I'm sure people will be crazy for that.
Yeah, it was a couple of trailers that I've seen. Since you were mentioning Resident Evil, one that I saw was this game called Ill. I don't know if you saw the trailer for it.
Oh yeah,
that game legitimately looked scary. I looked at it and I went, "Oh my god!" I was like, "This game looks scary as shit." I don't even know if I want to buy this.
Yeah, Ill looks pretty good. There was another game that reminded me of a mixture of like BioShock versus steampunk, and it was called like Clockwork Project or Clockwork Revolution. And it's where you could like, I don't know, like your outcomes change like the future, and it's like time travel and stuff. I'm always a fan of those kind of games, but it looks like it could be fun. But yeah, a lot of stuff to finally look forward to. We got a new gen console. We need to put games on it, and good games, complete games, games that work.
A new Mafia game too. A new Mafia game going to the old country.
That looked good too.
Yeah,
that looked really good. Yeah, a bunch of really, really good games. Was there any games that if anyone's watching, any games that looked interesting to y'all? Anything? Just drop it in the chat.
Yeah,
we'll discuss it for sure. But to be quite honest, that was like the big thing when it came to like the news, anime news. We don't want to talk about the real news. That's all depressing and stuff. We don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, I kind of talked a lot about a lot of like current events in my last stream yesterday. I had like a whole 40-minute rant talking about things and whatnot.
That's insane.
I will say, just briefly, my heart goes out to everybody in LA, and hopefully people stay strong with their protests. protesting is an American right that
Yes,
a lot of people fought for, and you should not be afraid to exercise, despite whatever may be going down with pressure coming from all different levels. So hopefully those people stay strong.
absolutely. I know it's going to be happening here. It's actually happening this week. Ice raids. I know that because we're in Arizona and we're pretty close to Mexico. And they announced where it was happening. There's going to be protests happening. I think they're happening today, and then there's going to be a big one tomorrow, kind of like near Tempe Lake. So should be interesting. Yeah, definitely. Protests. Be peaceful, and let's basically just, because it's our right, like you just said. Let's show what a peaceful process looks like, and
For sure.
they're here.
For sure. Yeah, that's about. There's one more bit of news, and I don't know if I should say this because it was kind of unconfirmed, but allegedly, Vinland Saga might be on this last chapter. Allegedly,
Really?
yeah. It is definitely in its final arc, and it's been that way for a minute, but allegedly it's on this final chapter. So I'm gonna just throw that out there.
I heard One Piece is on its final chapter.
No. No, that makes way too much money to be on this final chapter. They would literally make a clone of Oda before they let him end that this quick.
They're like, you're on your deathbed. Please continue making it. I'm going to end it. No, you're not going to end it.
Did you ever see did you ever watch Teen Titans?
Oh yeah, and you're of course talking about the ones in the 2000s, not Teen Titans.
Yeah,
Go,
no.
right?
Yeah.
Thank God.
Did you watch the movie? It was like the movie with this like ink guy.
I don't think I did.
Oh,
I think I missed that.
There's like this the main villain in the movie was like this ink guy who was making these monsters. That's how I imagine they would have Oda. They would put him in some machine so he could just continuously draw, because he was like in this. He was like dried up, like his actual body was dried up, but he was hooked up to a machine and he kept like making these ink monsters. I can see
God.
Oda them doing that to Oda, just keep churning out chapters, no matter if his body fails him or not.
Yeah, because didn't he, Auto, have to take a break or something due to his health? Or am I thinking of Hunter x Hunter?
Usually, Hunter x Hunter's always on hiatus. Oda is usually really good for putting out chapters. He takes his breaks here and there, but he's usually like really, really consistent. So
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, just the fact that you can have a series go for so long. I mean, I know the anime was 99, which probably tells me the manga was even earlier, which to have the longevity that series has, and I feel like it's even popular now than it was back then. Just so insane.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Way to go.
I mean, it's practically going into the mainstream for us being United States. So, because I remember when One Piece was on Toonami, just like Bleach and Naruto. But even though it was on Toonami and we call it the Big Three, it wasn't, at least for us Americans, it wasn't at the time in my childhood as big as Naruto or Bleach. Like, nobody really knew the One Piece characters like that in America, but it's recently, and I would say like really, like, I want to say maybe 2018 is when it really started to take off and being more mainstream into our public eye. Post Toonami.
Yeah, I mean, it's so popular now. They made a live action version of it. They're making the One Piece, which is less filler. So they're basically doing it all over again, which is insane, while the other one's still going. And freaking Luffy is a known freaking character that he's in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. I mean, There you go. That
Yeah.
should tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah. Yeah. It's only gotten bigger and bigger. Decrepit Storm says, as a non-American looking in, hope y'all stay strong. Props to everyone protesting. For sure. For sure.
For sure. Yep, absolutely.
Well,
Shall we get into our first episode of The Day?
I think so. So we are talking about Lazarus, episode 10. Yay. We have, from this point, at least 3 more episodes left. I have no idea where this series is going to go. But
Yeah.
with this episode, it seems that there is signs of progression, a hint of progression.
We have 6 days left before all of humanity dies out. So we have less than a week to go, so to speak. But yeah, society is starting to crumble. Everything's all doom and gloom. People are getting sick now. So this wasn't a hoax. It's really a thing. People are starting to get sick. It's almost kind of eerily reminiscent to 2020 in a way. And yeah, it's wow. We're definitely in the end game, so to speak.
Yeah, you're seeing society crumble in a lot of facets. Hospitals being crowded, stocks going down. You know, things are just looking pretty bleak for the world in general. So it's, you know, more pressure on Lazarus to get the job done, find a Skinner. And right now, we got a lead with Skinner supposedly having an artificial heart, which kind of leads us into Leland and his family life. Because Leland comes from an aristocrat family, and he's one of those, his family, you know, are elites that will have access to a hospital that keeps things very discreet, you know, do a good job, which is a place that Skinner would have went to, since they couldn't find any hospital that he went to for any like artificial heart. So, you know, that kind of leads us to Leland and what actually did I write down their last names?
It says Astor family.
Yeah, the Astor family. So yeah, we go to the Astor family, and you know, everybody seems pretty happy to see Leland, the butler guy.
Master Wayne. I mean Leland.
Yeah. Everybody's happy to see him except his sister.
Yeah, she smacks him up a few times.
Yeah.
And Doug and Axel are like, should we even be here?
I like the fact that
they probably leave.
I like the fact that she has so much of a presence. She made them straighten up without having to say a word to them. Because when she walks in, she doesn't look at them at all, really. She just goes straight to Leland to yell at them. And they just sit in their chair and just straighten up. It gets to a point, I think Doug ends up switching his chair to get closer to Axel because he's scared.
So.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I love how immediately when the butler saw Axel and Doug, it's like, oh, you can go now. You don't have to be here. It's like, no, these are my friends. They're not hired help. Just because they're minorities doesn't mean they work for me. That's immediately what I thought.
I thought the same thing, but then I kind of I was like, all right, I'm kind of reaching it because he was really, and I think this was like a good choice on their end because Doug was on the opposite side of where the butler was talking. So it's like, if he said that to Doug, then I would have been like, come
on now. What are you trying to say?
Yeah.
It's like that scene in the Avengers when Captain America gives Nick Fury $1. It's like, God. Captain, things have changed since then. You've been frozen for a little long.
Yeah, we need to get him a training course ASAP, some modules to do. Race relations modules.
It's like, Captain, let's get you up to speed. We now have a black president.
What?
how could this be? No, but yeah, it's basically Leland and kind of like his backstory. Leland is to be the head of the Astor family, or at least that's what the sister, Isabella wants him to do. But I guess her father put some things in place that no women. Let's have the men be the leaders of the household. He died out, and then apparently Leland's brother, who we didn't know he had a brother, was dead too. So that leaves him the only one to lead the house. So, and I thought to myself, it's like, father's dead. Who cares? You just make her the leader. She obviously wants it. What's he gonna do? Defend himself over the dead?
I mean, yeah, you got a point, because she said as much as like, why didn't he change the rules? But if all of these people are dead and the only possible heirs are the male Leland, who's an illegitimate child,
yeah,
and her, who is a legitimate child, assumably. I mean, why couldn't she just take the mantle and, assume the role? Because, like you said, who's going to stop her?
I don't think the butler's going to mind. I think he's just happy to be there and get paid and whatnot. So, Master Astor said for you to not I don't give a fuck.
as long as it says Astor on my paycheck, I'm fine with if it's a woman or a man.
He's like, I'm sorry, what does the check say? You got it, boss.
Yeah, I mean, she just seems more poised for the position. It seems like she's, like you said, she wants it more, and it just seems like she's more mature for it. Also,
yeah,
despite her slapping her half brother twice.
Yeah, a good amount of times. Doug and Axel, I think we should be here for this. This is so awkward. I mean, I've been in those situations before, not so much with the fisticuffs, but when you see like two people arguing and you're just kind of there, you're like, I don't need to be here. I could just leave. And that's just so awkward. That's one of those, I'm just going to scoot over to the door.
It's one of those things where it's like, should I leave? Do I stay here? Kind of had plans to do something, but I don't know.
It's awkward no matter what you do, because if you leave, then they're going to go, oh, look what you did. You made them leave.
Yep.
Or if you stay, then it's even more awkward because you're hearing everything. And you just, I want to be a part of this.
The Griffin store says she's busy becoming a noble maid. I mean, she might have the chops for it.
She looked the part. She looked like a noble maiden.
Yeah. So yeah, I will say with this whole thing with Leland and this is kind of just a microcosm of the show. It's interesting, but because they don't go in depth about it, I'm not that interested in it. It's one of those things where it's like, oh, this would have been good if you kind of focused on this more. Like if this was a dedicated episode to Leland, I would probably be more inclined to be invested in the story. But because it's kind of just a introductory section of the introductory part of the story, just to get us to the whole Doctor Connect, I'm like, I kind of wish they didn't really do much with it if they weren't going to go into it really, because I did think the one thing that was interesting is, Leland's sister's feelings with him essentially being estranged from the family for years and him being kind of like the black sheep that fucks up and she has to clean up his messes. There was something interesting there. Again, I just don't think they went in depth with it. So it kind of just feels as if it was thrown together to make a semblance of a story. And sometimes I think you do more with less, especially with our time constraints with the show. We got 6 days left for this Hopna thing to take effect. And we're having like
3 episodes.
Yeah, and then she wanted him to spend the weekend with her, which I understand completely. I thought that was like an emotional part of it, but it's like I don't think Leland has the time to do that, considering what we're faced with right now.
Right. That's kind of what I was waiting for him to say. I would love to, sis, but I'm kind of part of this really super secretive team called Lazarus. Those two guys are a part of it. Can I get a rain check? Can I just check you? Well, he did mention that. He was like, I plan to see you next weekend to kind of live to see another weekend. Yeah. I mean, that's an interesting thought just within itself. If you knew you had like 1 week left, how would you live it? There's people freaking trying to get doctor's appointments when they got 1 week left. I'm like, doctor's appointment would be the last thing on my fucking mind. Well, I just love that.
Well, yeah, these people,
my appointments.
These people are desperate to try to find someone. It's probably a lot of people scrounging up money to find these elite doctors because maybe they're of the mindset that only the elite can get cured of this Hopna thing. So they're going to these doctors thinking, oh, they can change things because they're the ones that all the rich people go to. But nobody has the cure, and it's something that people have to come to terms with, but they aren't, understandably so. I mean, I think this would happen in the real world. I think there will be a lot of panicking and scrambling to find answers when right now there are none, at least none that are being revealed to us because Dr. Skinner is doing what he's doing, which is odd.
Yeah. We kind of saw a little bit of Dr. Skinner this episode. There was like federal agents and like train station security, and they're both like got their guns aimed on them. They're like, "Look out, he's got a gun!"
This happened in America too, so I was like, by that logic, that made sense.
It tracks. It's like, yep, this is how they're trained. Somebody freaking is picking up their briefcase or suitcase or whatever, and then just goes, "Whoa! You hear that? It's a fucking gun!"
When I was watching the scene, I was like, "Wow, this is such a unbelievable scene." And then I remember, I was like, "Wait, this happened in America?"
Yeah, this has happened before. I mean, hell. Did you ever hear that story about a guy who was already in the back of a cop car? An acorn hit the fucking cop car, and this guy shot
I heard of that.
At the car.
I heard of that. There was a video, wasn't there?
It was on body cam.
Yeah.
It literally was a thing. No lie. Look it up. A cop freaked out over an acorn hitting his cop car and was like, "Shots fired, shots!" And it was shooting at the guy in the car.
And it went on for a bit, and they were like, I don't know if I think that I don't know when I watched this video, but like, yeah, that thing went on for a bit, and he was convinced. He was tunnel vision, like this happened. Everybody's like, no.
Right. And he even said, I think I got hit. If anything, he hit himself.
Oh my God. Yeah.
But yeah, that was a real thing. So it's like sometimes art imitates life, and that's just one of those things where it's just like it seems ridiculous, but it's not that too far-fetched.
Yeah, especially with their mindset that they're looking for a terrorist, so they're high strong, ready, trigger happy and whatnot. So yeah. But yeah, that footage that we saw was from like a year ago, roughly, because that was him smuggling the prototype for Hopna out of the country, because they end up shooting his suitcase and then it spreads. And what was reported as a terrorist bioweapon killing people was actually the prototype for Hopna, which instantly killed everybody with the exception of Skinner. And that kind of leads us into why he got an artificial heart in the first place. It was probably because he ingested some of the Hopna then, and he needed the artificial heart to live on because, yeah, like I said, it killed everybody else.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. saw that video. We find out that because we eventually do go to, you know, I guess like Skinner's doctor, and you know, she's like, "Fuck HIPAA laws, fuck a client doctor disclosure
Yeah.
relations. I'm
Yeah.
gonna give you all the information." I don't give a fuck. She was just I was waiting for somebody to tell me or ask me. So
Yeah.
here you go. Yes, it's confirmed now. He has a heart that's artificial.
Yeah.
He don't have a human heart.
Yeah. And where they're supposed to monitor his heart, he had the data encrypted, and they're figuring that it was encrypted by a third party. That third party, they speculate to be Popcorn Wizard. So
Hardcore.
I'm hoping to God we don't see or hear from her again.
Sasuke, first of all, you know we're going to see it. It's going to be both Doug and Elena teaming up for the first time, which is going to be very interesting. Like, I like that already, but something tells me we're going to see this hardcore bitch, and then, you know, it's just going to be that word every other minute. And Doug, please, Doug, do this. Put a bullet in her fucking head and just end it. Don't make her live. Just end everything, please. And Doug will be my favorite character if that happens.
I mean, she's going to die in 6 days. That's not fast enough for you?
Oh, no. She's going to be coughing up a lung. Hardcore. She's going to sound like a fucking chain smoker by the end of it.
Oh, my God. Yeah. But she's supposedly now the person who's monitoring Dr. Skinner's heart. So they're tracking that information. Like you said, Elena, Doug are the team for this. I'm hoping at the very least, because I've been disappointed with us having these duos but not getting a lot as far as new character dynamics. I'm hoping that we get something with Doug and Elena. They're more the introverted members of Lazarus, I would say. You know, because Axel's pretty out there, Chris is pretty out there, even Leland's kind of out there. Actually, Leland is really out there. He can make friends with everybody, essentially. So, like with the two quiet kids in the class, I want to see what we get with these two. I think that could be an interesting dynamic if we focus on it.
Yeah, I know. And with 3 episodes left, I really think we're getting down to the wire when it comes to like finding out more about these characters, because I feel like even we know more about Elena, Doug is one where we kind of don't really. I mean, we know a little bit about him. We know he went to, or that he went to college, but then some guy was like, "You're black," and then he punched him in the face.
Yeah,
that's kind of the extent that we know, and we know like, but we still don't really know much about, because you know how everyone kind of had like a certain past.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still of the mindset where he did something bad, but we still don't know how bad it was. But I don't know, maybe it'll explain next episode.
We did get something really big with Axel, and I'll go into that after I read what the Decrepit Storm said. So I think it happened somewhere in Europe, and it involved U.S. troops stationed overseas. Okay, so yeah, correction. But yeah, still involved us.
They use the American textbook to use. It's like anything happens, anything moves, any noise, just shoot first.
Yeah, because it was the F. What? No. It wasn't the FBI, was it?
I thought it was the feds, but I could be wrong, because the other one was like train security. Pretty sure that's what it was.
Yeah, or maybe it was. So maybe it was the FBI, but
yeah,
it was still the American branches of the government. That's neither here nor there. But the thing with Axel is when he was a prisoner doing his life sentence, he was experimented on which is very unethical, but we're not really surprised. I'm not saying that this goes on currently in our prison systems, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was going on in our prison systems.
Yeah, I would hope not too, but it's just like if we find out one of these days, yeah, they did experiments, I would be like, well, that doesn't surprise me, to be honest.
Yeah. And, you know, it's one of those things to where it's unethical, but we're trying to do it in an ethical way by doing this on people who have life sentences and, you know, are death row inmates. So it's like, you can either argue they're doing it to people who quote unquote deserve it, or you can just say they are doing it on people who quote unquote really can't fight against it, you know, considering they can't get out or will die in prison.
Right. They don't really have a choice.
Yeah.
They probably get talked and said, hey, you want to shorten your life sentence? Take this pill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he was experimented on with the original Hopna. So he actually took it earlier than he believed. And for that, and from his perspective, everybody he knows that were experimented on died. So he's wondering how he's still alive after all of this. And now there's a little bit of a bridge between what's happening with the HQ assassination attempt on his life and his past. Because we were wondering, why did Dan Snyder want to kill Axel? Like, yeah. But now we may have an inkling as to why. Because he's the only survivor of these experiments.
Right. So it's like, it's that, but there's also, remember when we get everybody's kind of like backstory of Hopna early on, when he took it and he said it didn't do anything for him. I'm almost of the mindset, like, you know, because he had it early on, maybe he was like immune to it. Like it was just one of those things where it just didn't. He said he took it because unwilling, he didn't know what it was, and then just had what was actually Hopna and was just like, didn't do anything for me. Maybe Axel is the cure.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But you came up with like, because I forgot about that statement where he said he didn't feel anything from it. I was thinking that, yeah, maybe he's the cure, but I think you provided like the plausible proof for that. Because with him not feeling anything from it, yeah, he would have took it before when he was experimented on, but him not feeling anything from it months after, or however much time passed, doesn't really make sense. But if he was experimented on and he is supposedly the cure, that would explain a lot. That would explain why he's alive right now. That would explain why some people are after him, trying to assassinate him, because maybe Dan Snyder wants this whole thing to happen where everybody is dying, for all we know.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't want a cure to be exposed to the public.
Possibly. It could be something as along the lines of maybe it's an elite thing. Maybe they already have what they feel is their version of a cure. And, you know, they're just going to let the public not have it, but they'll have the 1%ers take it and whatnot. And, oh, yeah, we're going to be better off, blah, blah, blah. I don't know.
It could just be one of those things where he never took Hopna and he's all right with everybody else who took it dying.
True. That would be something else, too.
Yeah.
But this next episode, and I hope we get an amazing fight battle, because HQ freaking lights up or sets off a grenade on the freeway, and he's slowly making his way over to Axel. And I have a feeling we're going to get an epic fight scene. If nothing else, I mean, I just make it a lovely fight scene. I don't care. I want to see what's going to happen this episode with these two, because that's what it's setting it up for. And I'm looking forward to that.
For sure. Yeah. it should be a pretty epic fight. Like they set the scene pretty great for it. You know, we're on the highway. He basically closes off the front so Axel can't escape via the car anymore. Traffic jam. This is, I won't say it's the perfect situation for Axel, but this is a pretty great situation for Axel, having so much cover with these cars, having a lot of weaponry that he can get to or things that he can use as weapons, because Axel is a person that uses his environment totally. While HQ seems to be like the most complete fighter that we've seen in terms of agility, strength, and savvy. So if Axel were to choose a place to have to fight him, this is an ideal situation for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want them to go all out with the choreography, and I want them to just show us what they could do when they just make an incredible fight scenes. I love them, and I'm always a fan of great fight scenes, especially if they're animated and they look spectacular. I'm maybe hyping it up a little too much, and don't want to let myself down and whatnot. But I'm looking forward to next week because it's gonna be a great episode, but it's also gonna be, if we get Popcorn Wizard, it's not gonna be so. Those parts alone are gonna be cringe. Oh.
One thing too that I found interesting was when HQ had his side of fortune cookie with his singular stake, is he said that he doesn't believe in luck, which I feel is going to be a precursor for his demise, in which Axel is going to have luck and he may not. So
yeah. His fortune cookies, he got 3 of them, by the way. All of them were like QR codes, what they looked like.
That's so dystopian. Oh my God, if they actually do that, that would just be so disappointing. Imagine you ready to read a fortune cookie about how your love life is about to get better, and they're like, yeah, scan the code. And then you scan it, and it's gonna be like, you fucking suck.
Log in now to see what your fortune is. Yeah, pretty much. And I agree. Fortune cookies with steak, that's normally something you would get with like Chinese food. You would get like a fortune cookie. But hey,
it works.
It works. You get your fortune, you get a QR code. You get that.
Also, this is completely not to do anything with Lazarus. I just felt like I had to mention it because I didn't talk about it on the podcast. Speaking of it works, y'all, I finally got to. I'm watching JoJo Part 5 right now on stream.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because I watched like the first couple episodes of it, but never finished it. So I'm doing it on stream. I finally got to the King Crimson scene in Part 5, and
is that the famous scene where he's taking a sip? And then he just beats the shit out of the guy too to join in dog pile on him.
No, but I did watch that episode because that happened that actually happened like after he got introduced, kind of shortly after he got introduced. I know what scene you're talking about though.
Yeah.
But yeah, I seen the King Crimson scene, and whoo, man, that power is so cool. I won't say much about it, but that was super exciting, big highlight of the show. I really love Araki in the way he names his stands after musical influence. King Crimson. I haven't gotten to the Biggie Smalls thing, but I know there's like a Biggie stand. There was a character named AC/DC.
Yeah, Red Hot Chili Pepper was another one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just find that really cool.
Mm-hmm, for sure.
I actually think I started listening to King Crimson. No, you know what? I thought it was because of JoJo. What it actually was because the album cover. I used to see that album cover so much. The quarter to King Crimson. I used to see that album cover so much. I was like, "Where is this from?" And then I found out where it's from, and then I listened to it, and I was like, "Damn, I like this album."
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Yeah, fun times.
But yeah, that's pretty much all of this particular episode. Next week is episode 11. And I have a feeling it's going to be a pretty good one. Please don't blue ball us. I want to see that epic fight. I want it to just go hardcore. No pun intended. Okay,
you want hardcore? We'll give you hardcore.
My God. See, I spoke it into existence. I'm going to have a whole episode dedicated to Popcorn Wizard with her background. And I'm going to go, no, this is not what I wanted.
All right.
God.
That is it for Lazarus episode 10. Excited for next episode, but it is time to move on. So we will now talk about Rock is a Lady's Modesty, episode 11. EA, Yuri bait,
Yes.
/ Yaoi bait at the end? Question mark.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, the dude, I know this is skipping all the way to the end, but I don't care. Dude was all the way, his arm was around the other guy, and they were like, we're such great friends and bandmates and shit. I'm like, there's just bait. Any way you look at it in this damn show.
It's so much queer bait.
It really is.
They practically, well, they didn't start it off with this. Actually, how this episode started off, I liked, which was Shiro essentially training Lalisa. I thought that was a pretty cool scene, just to make Shiro feel more part of the band, because she, out of the whole band, I'm not talking about in terms of skill, but in terms of her personality, she's the outcast because she's so demonstrative against Tina specifically, but also Lalisa, because she doesn't really respect her guitar as much as Otaha does. But I thought this was a good way to make her feel integrated with the team, to make her feel like, she's another friend, so to speak. She's kind of like a frenemy type of person, but I think it works with her. She's basically like our Vegeta.
Yeah, you could say that. She very much, she's rough around the edges. She's like trying to be a teacher, but it's really nice to critiquing. Is like, you suck. You need to play like this. But she's doing her part, and she's giving that little bit of inspiration, so to speak.
I like it too, just because Elisa is someone who can handle that type of critique from her. If it was Tina, it would feel very mean spirited, considering her temperament. But with Lisa, she's pretty accustomed to like Otaha telling her how much she fucking sucks and how her guitar could not make her come, or some whatever sexual innuendos she would throw out. So yeah, Tina would. I mean, she's already got problems as it is, because she's got like a split personality talking to a bunny rabbit. So Asagi, what do you think?
I think you are so great and talented,
Kotari.
and everyone loves you.
Kotari, isn't this shit crazy? I think this shit is. This shit is wild, B.
Oh, Sasuke's turning over a new leaf. He's talking to his figures.
Kotari is with me. She's real.
She's real. She's all mine. You can't have her. Freaking A. They're Shiro and Lalisa's having a little training session. Otaha and Tina are talking. They're having their own side conversation, and Tina was like, "Do you like me in the band? Do you appreciate me?" Otaha was like, "Yeah, totally. My favorite part of the performance was when you were bouncing and jiggling. I love the way you jiggled." That's God, they're so gay for Tina just because of her boobs.
Yeah, and then they do the whole thing where it's like, okay, that's the joke section of it. Here's the real part of why I like you, because she said she was her favorite, and what she said specifically after that was she liked the fact that she kept going despite her embarrassment. So I think she just respects her resilience in the face of adversity, because it was something that was already shown to us before, where Lisa kind of saw herself in Tina, and not in that way. I have to specify that just because of all the Yuri bait that's going on. In a way of, she identifies with her plight, being that she's kind of in her beginner phase and she's expressing her passions in a very amateurish way, whereas everybody else are polished musicians. She's figuring things out, and Otaha really respects the fact that she stuck it out, because Tina is someone who lacks confidence, but you know, against all odds, she stayed with it, and you know, that is something very respectable. So that's why Otaha calls her favorite, you know, plus her boobs.
Yeah, she's slowly gonna start leaving Lalisa and going to Tina, specifically for the jiggles.
Maybe. I mean, at this point, it seems like Otaha has the harem. It seems like everybody kind of goes to Otaha.
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, Tina was asking Otaha, "Do you think Shiro likes me?" I don't know. Let's ask her. Hey, Shiro, do you like Tina? No, I didn't want you to ask. And Shiro was very much blunt in her style and her abrasiveness and whatnot, and said, "Yeah, you suck. Yeah, you shouldn't even be in this band, but you know what? You got gusto, kid, and I appreciate that." And as soon as she told Tina that, Tina, as you put it here so eloquently in the notes here, rizzes up Shiro, and basically, she touched her face and was like, "Thank you so much." And Shiro was starting to have those thoughts of, "Oh my god."
Yeah, she, you know, because Shiro's whole thing was, like you said, she was being very Shiro-ish, being very mean and blunt, but she kind of ended her attack against Tina and saying that what she doesn't like about people like her is the fact that they exhaust themselves and wear themselves out. You know, people like her who are not fit to be in a band like this, where they're very serious, will blame themselves and end up, you know, self-destructing essentially. And she doesn't want to see that happening to Tina. So, you know, Tina kind of sees it for what it is, and it kind of calls Shiro out for being a bit of a tsundere, and you know, turns on her Tina charm, and Shiro, it falls victim to it. I thought it was just Otaha, but seems like Tina has to connect to Shiro's heart too.
Yeah, Shiro loved it. Otaha calls her out and calls her a creepy pervert. And Shiro was like, no, that was a Freudian slip. I did not mean that. I didn't want you to actually berate me and call me mud and dirt.
Just because I asked you to call, just because I told you I wanted to call you mommy that one time, doesn't mean I'm a creepy pervert. You know, I have abandonment issues.
Oh man, just because I'm a little bit of a freak and I just so happen to see your beautiful physique doesn't mean I'm attracted to you. God.
Yeah. So yeah, they're further breaking down Shiro's character, which, you know, what it does essentially is endear her more for us, the audience, and for the characters' dynamics to make her feel more a part of the band, because she was very much like, she was the one that would break up the band because everybody was cool with each other essentially, but she was the one X factor that could fuck everything up, because she would call out people on their shit. She wouldn't be apologetic about it. She would be very harsh, but you know, they're making her more into a likable, or I guess down to earth character, you know, like they're giving her flaws so she doesn't feel above the fray. Yeah,
she's a freaking goddess on the guitar and on the bass. she's a creep.
Yeah. I mean, you can't say that about the other characters. Maybe a little old to her, but
Yeah. Lalisa, no. Tina, no. Well, Tina does her shtick of like, rizzing people up, but she doesn't want it reciprocated,
Yeah.
as shown in episodes prior where, dang girl, you got some big boobs, can I touch them? No, please. No touching.
Poor Tina.
I
They
know.
don't like her for her boobs.
It's that meme with Rika from Gridman.
Oh yeah, Rika.
You only like me for my thighs, but for her, it's you only like me for my boobs.
The Decrepit Store said, despite her lack of confidence, I like how confident Tina is in certain ways. When she was talking to Shiro, yeah, you know what it is with Tina, it's like this natural thing for her because she has to play the part. So it's like her prince persona comes out in certain scenes because she kind of doesn't intend to do it, So yeah, sometimes it comes out when she's being very genuine. So she's very like, what's the word? She's very
nonchalant. Natural.
Charismatic.
Okay, yeah.
Like she's naturally charismatic.
Yeah, and she's also a model too, so I mean, maybe that has something to do with it.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things to where she props it up as like, I'm only acting this way because I've been taught to be this way, but it's something that whether she knows it or not is kind of just embedded in her. It's like if you play a role for a certain amount of time for a long time, that kind of becomes who you are in a sense,
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Sometimes you gotta keep it up. It's like if I drop this now, people will think I'm weird, even though this is the real me.
Mm-hmm.
I've done that before. I'm just like, oh, people are gonna think I'm weird if I let my real side out. Let me just try it and see what happens.
Just let them know that you like to play guitar. Yeah.
Yeah, I like to play guitar and I like anime. You like anime? Oh God, please don't hit me.
But we focus on no, because there's one scene that I like, which was Alice looking on and wishing that Lisa, the great disguise. She's damn near a Tanuki the way she can disguise herself. But Alice wishes that Lalisa was more of herself around her, which I was like, okay, that's really good. I like that plot point. I said the same. I wished that Lalisa would have kind of told her about the concert thing, just because Alice genuinely wants to connect with her sister and be more of, more of a friend to her rather than just being, just going through the motions of being siblings when, they don't really have that connection. So she wants to be closer to her, and it's really on Lalisa at this point because Alice is seeking it, but Lalisa isn't giving it to her because she keeps up the fake persona and the fake, aristocrat identity that she has to maintain because of pressures from the school and her mom.
Yeah, especially that psycho mom. Yeah, that was nice. It shows that she genuinely likes her. Because before, when we were introduced to this character, she couldn't stand her. She was like, faker, I hate this fake bitch. Everything about her is terrible. Sees her play guitar one time, and she wants to know everything about her.
And I would be kind of like, but the reason I like it is because the thing that she didn't like about Lalisa specifically was that Lalisa was fake, which is true. I mean, she's still doing that around Alice. And what inspired Alice and what she likes about Lalisa is that she's very abrasive, unapologetic, and just wild. And that's something that she, gravitates towards, and something that she seeks out of Lalisa, but she's very guarded with that side of her personality. Understandably so,
Yeah. I love what Decrepit Storm says. Wait till C starts talking to his Vladilena figure.
They think that I love you. You don't? No.
I don't love you. Oh, no. I
love you. I love you. Let's talk off stream. And we had this conversation before, not on stream.
Never on stream. Only when the stream turns off do I love you. Okay? Get back in your box. We love you, C. Get that sweet scene with Alice. It kind of transitions into the next day. Lalisa really gunning for that Noble Maiden.
Yeah.
Thank you. She's gunning for that Noble Maiden prize, and she's just passing out her, I forgot what it was. Some kind of information.
Yeah, it was like a schedule for school events that she put together so that they could have all the events without having to, drop certain stuff.
Yeah.
Her just sucking up to the president, essentially.
Yeah, and the president was like, this is really great, but it's fucking tea time. Leave me alone.
Oh my God. Tea time is like, I don't know. That's like sex for her. She's like, do you not see me receiving head right now? I don't care about your schedule. Like, tea time is serious.
Yeah. I mean, you real serious about that tea time, especially in an anime. Oh, you might as well be, she probably caught her with her legs up in the air or something. You there gonna be anything else?
You might as well just shit at the altar of my wedding, interrupting my tea time. That's the equivalent. Like, what?
Yeah.
Who the fuck are you?
Yeah, she kind of was trying too much, but then kind of got told off, and she was like, damn it, I did too much. Why did I do that? And then we are introduced to what is that?
Yayoi.
Yayoi, a former noble maiden who is voiced by none other than Yui Hama from Snafu. I recognized the voice right away, and I was like, that's her. Oh, I could listen to her voice in anything. And she was there, and she's just like, this is me as the maiden. Well, apparently being a maiden, you're set for fucking life at this school. If you are a noble maiden, you're like one of the elites. You can get whatever you want. You can get that health care and get that heart that you always wanted.
Yeah. I thought this was one of the more interesting plots that we got in this entire show. Because like you said, we meet this character. She's a former noble maiden from 6 years ago. And originally, Lalisa is seeing her, and she's kind of idolizing her because she goes against the idea of what a noble maiden is initially, where it seems like she's a free spirit. She has a meeting with the principal, but she doesn't go to the meeting immediately and decides to take these detours because she just, she wants to see the music room. She wants to see this and that. And she feels like a kindred spirit, because she's, going with her whims and going against the grain, essentially. And eventually they go to the principal, and the principal says, be a noble maiden just like Yayoi. And I think at the time, Lalisa was like, yeah, I want to be a noble maiden like her. And it gets her in a mindset of thinking, maybe I can be myself and still become a noble maiden. Maybe I can have my cake and eat it too. Maybe I don't have to split these lives where I have to, because there was one point in the episode where she has to do this mantra of repeating, all right, I am in high class lady mode. You know, she's repeating this thing in the mirror where she's like, all right, I got to turn the rock persona off. You know, I got to stop being myself, which shows you like how much goes into this whole thing of her, you know, being fake. Because it's like I said, it's like you play a role for a certain amount of time that becomes you at a point. And with this whole thing, it's like it feels like it's a ticking time bomb to where she's faking so long that eventually her real self is going to leak out. It's already happened a little bit when, you know, she was going crazy with the sports after she rocked out. So yeah, it's a thing of her looking at this balance of her being a high class lady and her being a rock star, and she's like, all right, maybe I can do both at the same time. And it gets fucking crushed.
Yeah. I mean, when we were first introduced to this character, Yayoi noticed Lalisa talking about how she wanted to wail on her guitar.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, when you're trying to be someone else and your true self is coming through, it's kind of hard to hide those emotions, especially of what you want to do. And that's what Yayoi was saying. She was like, oh, you play guitar? And Lisa was like, no, you heard nothing. I actually said, I want to sail afar.
Yeah.
You know, I just wanted to like sail somewhere. But Yayoi seems like a smart cookie. And she was like, don't worry, your secret's safe with me. But yeah, it was very interesting. I didn't know where they were going with it at first. I mean, I knew they were trying to introduce this character. Oh, this is what being a noble maiden does. This is what benefits you get for being a noble maiden. Mm-hmm. But essentially, it kind of leads into you can't have both. You can either try to be a noble maiden and try to be someone else, or you could be happy. You know, you can't have one or the other. And Yayoi unintentionally pisses off Lalisa because I don't think she meant any harm by it. It was just more of she thought it was a hobby that she did with the guitar. You know, because Yayoi played the harp. And it was something she loved doing. And I think that was like kind of the more interesting part was when we got to that. It's like, oh, do you have to show me how you play the harp one day? It's like, well, I gave it up. I haven't played it in years. Why? Because my parents told me not to. Damn.
There's a lot to unpack there. I just want to mention this before I forget this point.
Sure.
I don't know if this is going to make sense. Hopefully it makes sense to you.
Sure.
This whole thing kind of reminds me of the plot of Shrek in a sense of like the struggle with Fiona was like, I'm the princess who has to act like a princess and I have to put on a persona of not being an ogre despite me being a fucking ogre. Right. And it's kind of like the theme of that movie was being yourself and what comes what may, you know, and people accepting you for being who you are, that being Shrek with Fiona, you know, essentially.
Yeah, that was in the first two movies because the second movie really hammered home on that part too, with Fiona's dad not wanting to like accept Shrek. And then we find out he was cursed as a frog and everything, and just the whole hypocrisy and whatnot. And yeah, maybe we'll do a KOA Plus about Shrek. I
think we need to. Yeah,
we need to, and we got to bring Ben in. We have to talk about. Yeah, I mean, it's only natural because I at least love the first two. I really don't remember 3 and 4.
Yeah, kind of same thing with me. Yeah, two is what most people would say is the peak of Shrek.
But it'll give me a reason to finally watch Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. I haven't seen that yet, but I heard it's amazing. Anyway, But yeah, no, that's a very good way of putting it, so to speak. But uh this noble maiden's got everything that she wanted, but she lost something that she loved, which was her harp. And because her parents told her not to play it. So was she really happy in the end?
And this is the thing with Lalisa and her, and this is the where we saw the difference, because I think us as fans, when we see something like this, we're looking for the angle in which drama can be focused on. And when you see Yayoi originally, you're just like, she seems like the perfect role model for Lalisa. Where, like you said, where is this going? And at the end, when she says, have fun in moderation with the guitar, I think the reason why that's so damning is because she kind of just shits on the passion of that being her being. She's essentially saying that the guitar is something that if somebody tells you to drop it, and be okay with it. But Lalisa's like, no, the guitar is me. This is who I am. I express myself through rock music. I am my truest self when I'm strumming the guitar. For me to put this down and to act like I never played it before or never had fun with it, it is not like me putting down a video game and just, saving it, save file for later. No, this is me. You're essentially saying do not be yourself. Where like Yayoi,
don't be happy.
Yeah. Yayoi seemed like a good role model for Lalisa, but what became very clear, where she looked like a free spirit, what actually was happening in what was happening in actuality was that originally she looked like a bird flying in the air, but as we keep following her, as she's going to this place and that place, is that we see a bigger bird cage. So she's more free than other people in that, she'll do this and do that. She may not be on schedule, but when it comes to the confines of society, what people tell her to be, that being her parents, she'll follow those confines. She'll stay in that bird cage. Lalisa's goal is to not be confined by anything, be her true self, not be condemned to what society wants her to be, even what her mom wants her to be, because her mom doesn't want her playing guitar, but she still does that. So it's this balance of helping her mom while also staying true to herself. And to be true to herself, she needs rock music. She needs to play the guitar. So when Yayoi tells her, have fun in moderation, it's a spit in her face to tell her, hey, the guitar thing is cool and all, but eventually you got to put it down. You got to grow up at some point,
Yeah. Yeah, people like Yayoi are the kind of people that may seem happy at first and may seem like they have everything, but when she becomes older, she's going to regret a lot of things. She's probably even going to grow up hating her parents, you know what I mean? She's going to go, why did you never let me live? Why did I have to live like this? And it turns out to be, I don't know, they probably get like depressed or become an alcoholic or something like that. Versus Lalisa, where if she gets on it now and does what her passion is, she, even though she won't be a noble maiden, and I understand why she wants to be, because she wants to, not be with her mom, basically just like kind of like keep up appearances for her mom and like help her mom. But at the end of the day, it's definitely a question of like true happiness versus, doing it just because it'll make other people happy. But it's like, what about you? Other people are fine, but deep down, what really matters is you.
Yeah, it's going to be what she defines as happiness. Making other people happy can make you happy as well. But
Sometimes, sorry, I mean to cut you off just really quick. Sometimes you can try forever to try to make other people happy, and sometimes you'll never make them happy.
Yeah.
I feel like you spend your whole life trying to make people happy, you just losing that along the way.
Yeah. And it's one of those situations where she has to think of herself first and other people second. And that may seem selfish, but I mean, living life is selfish, essentially. So, no, I thought this was a really surprisingly it's a powerful episode, and it may not seem that way, but I think the way it was portrayed, with how readily Yayoi was able to give up the harp despite how she seemed to love it. Like, she played it so much that she would lose track of time. You know, you would think with a hobby like that, you would fight to keep that up, right? But
you would think.
But she just gives it up because her parent says so. She's like, yeah, that's just, that's what you do. It's like I had to grow up. And it's not in the same sense, but it's kind of we can kind of relate to that when it comes to anime, because that could be thought of like as a childish thing. Like, you're still watching anime? Isn't that like a kid thing? You're watching cartoons? It's like we're passionate about it. This is life changing in the sense that it's a lot of anime that have a big impact on us, as movies have. We respect it in its form of media, whereas other people kind of look at it as like a childish thing or whatever. But we are passionate about it. We respect it. That's why we talk about it. So if somebody told us to, hey, stop watching anime, you this year's old, we probably tell them, shut the fuck up.
Right. Right, exactly. I mean, there was a certain point in my life where I was told by both my parents, you're gonna get old and you're eventually gonna grow out of watching cartoons, and you're gonna get a job and you're gonna work and blah 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 blah, and you won't have time for video games. You'll just be doing this and doing it. But they obviously didn't know jack. So I mean, I still grew up. I'm almost fucking 40, and I still enjoy watching anime and playing games and doing this stuff, and I wouldn't give it up for all the money in the world. You couldn't force me to.
Yeah, that's why I said this is kind of powerful, because it extrapolates the whole idea of when you grow up, you have to abandon the things that make you who you are, your passions, your dreams, your wishes, things that are hobbies. And people will tell you to drop it because of this, that, whatever reason it may be. But if it's at the core of your being, you want to keep expressing yourself through these things. And Lalisa is a great example of, being that person who's not going to drop her passions just because of what society tells her. This is obviously, because this is what rock music is. It's the music of rebellion. It is the music that goes outside the confines of what is popular. So with Lalisa, she embodies rock music in the sense that she's not going to do what you tell her to do. She's going to follow her heart. And, it's a good example of what rock music is at its core, what it's supposed to be. And just a good message to give out to the audience, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Decrepit Storm says, I'm glad Lalisa didn't have a crisis of confidence and told Yayoi to F off, in her head, of course.
Yeah.
She did say that. She was like, I was this close to just flipping her off and just telling her what was what, but she didn't. And Decrepit Storm also says, I already knew it was going to be that she funded the school before she even mentioned it. That's how you become a noble maiden, by the way. you have to give money to the school. So it's not even about how good you are or how eloquent or how ladylike you are. If you give if you give millions upon millions of dollars through probably parents' money and all that other stuff, then you'll be okay. You
Yeah.
could be the shittiest noble maiden.
Which I think is going to push Lisa more in the direction of just saying fuck it and not trying to be a noble maiden anymore, because she's trying so hard to appease this person. She's a part of the student council and she's really breaking herself down. Like, she doesn't really show it because she's so good at balancing these two things. But she talks about how she has to go to the student council meetings all the time. She has to do this homework. She has to act fake for 8 hours. You know, they're at school 8 hours at a time. And it's like, and then she has to act fake at home. So the only time she could be herself is when she's in this old school building, when she's rocking out for maybe like an hour or two. That's the only time she could really be herself. It compounds and it will eventually break you to where either you start to leak and show yourself and you kind of break that whole facade, or you just outright just say, this is who I am and you guys have to accept me for who I am. And who knows, maybe she changes the school with it. I don't know. But it's one of those things to where she has to make a decision. Do you want to appease your mom and become a noble maiden and be fake? Or do you just trust in yourself? Do you try to make yourself happy and be yourself, stay with this band, rock out? You know, I think the choice, what choice she's going to make is clear, but it's an interesting sense of balance that she has with it, because her mom is the ultimate X factor.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for that episode where we get the mom finding out Lalisa's playing guitar again. I want to know, A, how Lalisa reacts. I know how the mom's going to react. She's going to freak out and just completely just, I don't know, probably even like destroy the guitar. It's not something that she hasn't done before. She'd probably do it again.
Yeah. And
I want to see Lalisa and maybe even her sister like come in and intervene and go, sorry, I'm not going to, fuck you, you can't do what you tell me. Mm-hmm. Like Rage Against the Machine once said. That's essentially what it's going to come down to. Otaho's family is paying for a new building, so I think Lalisa is done, according to Decrepit Storm.
And then
she's going to be the noble maiden. She's not even going to give a shit.
Yeah, and then they already stated how like she was people thought that she was closer to noble maiden than Lalisa was. So, but I could see Otaha breaking everybody's disillusion with her at any point, because Otaha truly does not care. Like she puts on, I said this before, I don't even think she's putting on airs when she is acting as like a noble. I think that's just how she was raised and how she truly feels, because anytime she talks, she's very polite with even how she addresses people. She always adds the miss. She always says like, I don't have everybody's names, but she always says like Miss Suzunomiya, Miss Shiraya, Miss Tina. You know, she addresses people respectfully, and she just acts that way. She doesn't seem like she's putting on airs like she does, like Lalisa does.
Yeah, I think that's all natural for her, and she's gonna get that fucking little button, being a noble maiden, and she's gonna go throw it over her shoulder and just not give a shit.
This isn't a guitar or a drumstick.
Oh my god. She's like, hey, you want to use this as a guitar pick, Lalisa? Just gives it to her.
Oh
my god. But all that happens. Lalisa gets pissed and just starts rocking the fuck out, basically just saying, "Fuck you, this is my passion. I enjoy this."
Love this scene.
Great scene. Just basically just kind of reinforces the whole doing what makes you happy versus doing what other people tell you to do. And yeah, she like even Otaha was like, I can't even join in with you. You're just really rocking out passionately right now.
And that's like a thing that I really liked. Just Otaha holding back, because we know Otaha's very impulsive and kind of like selfish in a way that she'll drag people into her own passions and whatnot. But she saw that Lalisa was hurting in the scene, and instead of just imposing her will on her, she just, let her vent, essentially.
Yeah, that's how that worked. Essentially, this led to an after credits scene, and what do you know? The band was told to come back to the I don't know, the local bar or whatever that place is, and I guess the band got noticed on social media for, I don't know, I guess just rocking out so hard that nobody applauded. And the manager or owner of the bar, whoever that was, said, yeah, would you guys like to come on back and play again? Because this time you'll probably have more time and you'll be able to practice and know what you're going to play. But yeah, we want you to play. And that's what led to that. Alice followed them, by the way. You see her at the end peeking over the wall and whatnot. So I think whenever they do perform, Alice is probably going to sneak out and watch them perform.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
Which could lead to something else, like the parents maybe finding out.
Yep.
But
the mom waiting with folded arms after their performance. Yep, I could see it.
Yeah. But what was interesting was that when the lady wanted the band to perform, was that she was saying that they were blowing up on social media. And I thought that was interesting because she talked about how they got no applause in a moment. But I said this when we were talking about the episode. I think it was more so of the people not understanding how they felt in the moment, because they were so shocked about how different the music was for them. So it was like one of those things where they were just like stun locked, didn't know how to react, and that's why it resulted in no applause. It wasn't the fact that they didn't like it. It was that they didn't know how to feel about it, because it was kind of mind blowing for them, which I will say, I won't say it happened to me in that sense, but I listen to an artist that does like a lot of avant-garde stuff, very different, and you hear it for the first time, you think, what the fuck? You listen to the second time, you're thinking, okay, I guess. The third time, it's like, all right, this kind of, you know what I mean? There's sometimes there's music that just grows on you. I think
I know that.
Their performance was something that grew on the people, to where, again, in a moment, they didn't know what the fuck they were getting. But after a while, they're thinking, that's probably like the only thing they're on their mind. They're thinking, damn, those girls were like kind of,
They were rocking.
Yeah. Because you hear a lot of pop music, it may be catchy and whatnot, but it doesn't resonate with you. You hear some shit that they're playing that really sticks in your mind and kind of hooks you into being one of those niche fans. So I think that's what they ended up getting with, them supposedly blowing up on social media. So, yeah. But now they're up against, we have the lesbians against the gays.
There is a boy band at the very end. Looks like your typical just, we're doing good on social media. We got some followers. Yeah, we got some clicks. We got some views. We're totally we don't know how these guys play. They're probably gonna play incredible and they're gonna rock it out or whatever. But I agree. It feels like this is just a boy band villain sort of stuff, so that when they get there, they can trash on the girls, and they can go, look at these girls playing. Who do they think they are? The girls. The fucking girls can't play with other girls. Come on. This is insane. And then they're going to impress them, and the boys are going to be like, whoa, they actually did a lot better than I expected. And it's going to be one of those.
Women can play instruments?
Women can actually shred? That's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
I know. It's like, but those bands don't exist, and it's like there's so many that do.
Mhm.
Kitty's a big one, all women female band.
I think, like this show features a band, like an all female band. Like,
Oh yeah, the one that does the OP. Yeah, it's an all female band.
yeah. So like, yeah, I mean, in that sense, it's meta.
Yeah, totally.
But I think we covered everything there is to talk about with this episode. Really exciting episode. Very much enjoyed the struggle with Lisa's character. I like the direction of the show. It just feels like we're going where we should. It doesn't feel like we're stumbling or we're just doing like filler content or whatever. It feels like a real cohesive and progressive story.
For sure. Decrepit Storm said this time Lalisa got soaking wet before playing instead of afterwards.
Yeah.
Yep, that happened. No dripping sweat after. It was nothing but before.
But now it is time to talk about a show that is near and dear to my heart, and that is called Apocalypse Hotel. And this is episode 10. EA.
Yes, sir.
What the fuck was this episode?
It was almost like a mixture of a murder mystery slash kind of noir-esque type of film, even though it was just condensed into 30 minutes. I wouldn't dare call it filler, even though it kind of felt like it, but it wasn't boring, and it wasn't one of those episodes where you were like, this is annoying, I could skip it, because I was entertained when I watched it. Like, very entertained. The aliens looked like fucking Greedo from Star Wars. Like, they looked exactly the same, too. One of them was voiced by that one guy with the really deep voice.
Dio. Obviously not. He voices Dio. He voices Dio. He voices.
He's in Chainsaw Man. He's the God
in To Your Eternity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's the other guy from Jujutsu Kaisen. But yeah, he's done so many voices, and then when I heard him, like, you can't mistake that voice.
Yeah.
You're just like,
very distinct. His voice is very distinct. I can't. Sayori's voice. The voice of the voice. Yeah, her voice is very distinct. When you hear these characters, you immediately notice and go, "Oh, you're them." No, I'm alien number 2. No, you're you're Dio. Stop.
For sure, but we are like another time skip. We are introduced to Ponko having a daughter, and
Nope.
I have to admit, her daughter's a piece of shit.
She's so cute.
She's annoying.
Oh my god! Yeah, you're evil.
I have to admit it. She's annoying. Listen, and here, let me explain why. She's one of those kids where you go to a movie theater and you're trying to watch a movie, and they're running up and down the fucking steps, and they're like talking to their parents and screaming and whatever. But no, she does something worse. She goes up to this man's face, grabbing his face, going, "Give me candy! Give me candy! Give me candy!" Any other universe, that kid would have had a broken neck.
Oh, listen.
And apparently, that's skipping way ahead. I'll save that for later. Okay, I'm listening.
She's cute. I will admit, I mean, if this was like a real world scenario, I would be annoyed by Tomoko, but because I don't have to actually deal with it.
Yeah.
I find her cute.
Yeah, but boy, I guess she's a kid. I was gonna say she's got a big mouth. Yeah, we have a person that looks like that. It's in the office, the room right over there.
The fact that she was
Room smells funny.
She was like the biggest deterrent in them getting away with covering up a murder, which EA, we literally last episode we just said. I remember saying, all right, maybe next episode we maybe Ponko has a kid, whatever. So like we called that and whatnot. But
yeah,
the fact that we're here next episode going, we had to cover up a murder. What the we can't predict what happens in the show. There's no way you can predict what the fuck the show does. Every episode, it's just you just don't know what to expect. Truly, you have no idea what you. Last episode, we had a wedding / funeral.
Funeral, yeah.
You can't predict the show, and I love it for that reason.
Yeah. So essentially, the way the episode starts, we're introduced to Ponko having a daughter. They're at the gravesite of their grandma, and everyone's just kind of like paying their respects and whatnot. After the credits, we get a guest that is named Slurpity Slurp, and he checks into the hotel for one day just because, no reason. That kind of happened. So Slurpity Slurp, he what a fucking name. He doesn't look sus at all. Like he's saying, I wanna be in this room, and I don't want people to know where I'm at. And here's candy. Oh shit. No, here's candy. Like he had two separate sets of candy. Oh.
If anybody asks where I am, don't tell them shit. Okay?
And fucking Yachio didn't even like flinch. She was just like, yeah, our customer's privacy is of the utmost respect. So we're not gonna we're not gonna do anything about it. Everything is fine. Wow. Fucking wow.
Slurpity Slurp.
Slurpity Slurp was the guy's name. That is now canon for this guy who did a voice in an anime. What are you known for? I'm known for doing a voice. Oh yeah, what was the guy's name? Slurpity Slurp. You don't say.
It sounds like a name that a kid that sounds like the identity of 3 kids in a trench coat that they would make up to get into a R-rated movie or some shit.
Yeah, no kidding. And they have like ones on their shoulder, and they're like stacked 3 people high, and they're like really tall with a trench coat. It's like, I'm here to see the new Sinners movie. Yeah, what's your name? The fuck's my name?
Slurpity! Slurp!
Slurpity Slurp. Oh, okay. Slurpity Slurp is my name. Can I have some ID? Slurpity fucking Slurp.
So stupid.
My God. That in itself was just ridiculous. But yeah, good old Slurpity Slurp. He stays at that room. We find out that the daughter her name is Tomoko.
Mm-hmm.
She's a manager training intern. Oh, how cute. And she's being as great as she could be. Give me candy. Yeah, the Slurpity Slurp gives her some candy, but we see him like, nope, and then takes the other hand out and like gives her like different ones, and it's like, well, I was thinking it was probably poison.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but it was much worse.
It was much worse when we find out later. Holy shit. We'll hold off on that. But yeah, this part right here in the notes here, when it comes to the pottery stuff and everything, was that Punko's brother?
Mm-hmm. I had
He
to make
looks
sure.
disheveled.
Yeah, I had to make sure because they gave the name, and I was like, okay, Fuguri. I was like, I initially thought it was the brother just because it was a Tanuki. I'm like, the only male Tanuki that we know are the dad, Ponko's boyfriend, and the brother. So I was like, all right, let me go back to the episode they were introduced to see if that was his name. And that, that was his name. So that was Ponko's brother.
Okay, because when I watched it, I was so confused. I'm like, what the fuck is this guy doing? And why is he obsessing over some pottery stuff? Because we, like the whole episode, he's he's doing the pottery wheel and he's trying to make something. He gets frustrated with that. Then he looks at his own stuff and just starts throwing it on the ground, smashing it. And I'm like, who is this guy? But I think it was at the end when he, actually like gives a bowl out to his grandma, and I forgot exactly what he said. Let me see. It was basically just like, I finally made this for you, paying respects and whatnot. And I'm like, oh, is that the brother? Holy shit. What happened to him?
I don't know. He turned into an incel. Too much Reddit.
He's a fucking red pillar. he listens to Andrew Tate and it's just like
Fresher Pit podcast.
I'm gonna make this pottery and she's gonna love me. If she does it, I'm breaking it over her face.
Imagine though, like, because they have to, a lot of these aliens, because we saw a lot of these aliens and whatnot are watching movies because they're seeing the remnants of what humanity used to be. So imagine one of the lost media that he experiences is a podcast for Fresh and Fit. Like that's one of the lasting things that he sees. And he's like, all right.
God.
And he's just absorbing all this information. He just turns into an incel.
Oh yeah, write that down. Okay. Treat women like shit. Always work out. Tell them to make you a sandwich. Okay. All right. Humans are very interesting.
They were ahead of their time.
They were ahead of their time. Decrepit Storm says main event. This was my favorite episode. He then throws tomatoes at me and says Tomiko is great. Also, she has the same voice actor as Miri from Buddy Daddies.
Oh, wow.
Tomoko did. I didn't notice that.
Oh, makes sense.
She has the honesty of her uncle.
She does. That's what I thought originally when I saw her. I thought about Fuguri because Fuguri was just like Tomoko. Like, remember when the Tanukis got first introduced to us and they were trying to put on a facade of them being humans and
not wanting to be human.
Like, Fuguru is like, we're Tanukians. And he actually goes like, and they were like, "Shut the fuck up, kid.
You gotta say you're a human. I'm gonna beat your ass."
And they had to keep telling the story over and over. So yeah, it's one of those days where, it went full circle.
Okay. Now that I see and I hear that, okay, I get it now. I thought she was just being, I'm a little kid, I'm a little brat. But okay, she just inherited her uncle's traits of being overly honest.
Yep.
Oh my
Which
God.
led to so much shit. Like,
so much shit.
We talked about the whole like murder mystery thing. Oh, actually, no, we didn't talk about the detective yet. So
right. So I was gonna say, we find out old Slurpity Slurp, he was supposed to leave. He was late for his checkout, and sorry, Punko. Duh. Punko knocks on the door and says, "You're late checking out. Let's help you out." Slurpity Slurp is now deadity dead. and he is dead. And I love this part because Yachio was like, "All right, tell me, how did you kill him?" Like she was investigating. She thought that Punko actually killed him, and she's like,
They had her
"No."
tied up to the seat.
Yep, tied up. Like, no, I didn't do it. I swear. She analyzes her heartbeat and everything. It's like, yep, you're telling the truth. Yachio just she was once semi-normal. I say that because she kind of had her quirks.
Yeah.
As soon as she went into space and her the sun melted her fucking brains, she's kind of been a loose cannon ever since.
I love her development because she just become more, deviant as a robot. She still has those robot traits and whatnot, but there's just times where she just goes off script. I mean, the part that had me laughing the most was they see the situation for what it is. They interrogate a whole bunch of robots and whatnot because they're like, this may have happened. And eventually it just goes, all right, how are we going to deal with the situation? We got a body here. And Yachio goes,
Cool and calm as a cucumber.
In my research, when a hotel has somebody die in it, they start to lose customers. I'm not going to be one of those hotels. Okay, so what are you going to do? Hide it. Cover it up.
We have to cover up the murder.
What?
My God.
This character is insane.
She is deranged. If this was Detroit Become Human, she would be a deviant. She is just completely off the rails. We have to hide the body. Excuse me.
Am I still a hotel manager or am I something else now?
She's a fucking mafia boss now. She's making people offers they can't refuse. Just literally just kiss the ring before you go into my hotel. My God. But yeah, that happens. Slurpity Slurp is dead. They're trying to hide the body. And you were saying we were introduced to a new character that looks exactly the same. That's the voice that we saw, the very unmistakable, deep, just voice. And we get, oh my God, his name is Sneaky. Okay, I'll say it. His name, who's a detective looking for this guy, Slurpity Slurp, his name is Sneakity Sneak.
No, yeah. No.
Are you sure?
The dead person's...
Wait. Shit. No. I'm wrong. I'm sorry, everybody. I apologize. The detective's name is not Sneakity Sneak or Slurpity Slurp. They all start with S's, by the way, if you haven't noticed. The new guest that's checking in to stay in there, his name is Squirtity Squirt. He was looking for a guest called Sneakity Sneak. As an alias, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Or no. Slurpity Slurp was his alias. Sneakity Sneak is his real name.
Yep.
Because he's a serial bomber. And Squirtity Squirt, why is this escaping my mouth? Is a fucking detective looking for this man. And craziness ensues. Like, this all happens in the second half, where he comes there and he's like, I want to stay in this room. I don't want to wait for you to clean it up. I want to check this room, blah, blah, blah. And insanity happens.
Which makes me... I didn't understand why he was so... Why he was so hell-bent on having a double room. Like, they both were that same way. And to me, because there's a big mystery that stays a mystery by the end of the episode. We won't get there yet, but I'm thinking like maybe that's a clue in of itself, because they're both of the same species, and for whatever reason, they both wanted a double room. and we don't really know why.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. I just saw the clip that Decrepit Storm just. Well, he dropped a link. Oh, Yachiho rolled her R's to match his pronunciation. Had me rolling.
Oh.
Yeah, she did really pronounce that.
You won't be able to hear it, but I'm about to play it on stream.
Okay, let's hear it.
シリアルボンバーサイコテロリスト野郎ですか?
I thought that was funny as hell too. Like when I first saw it, I was like, "What?" I was like, "Is she speaking Spanish now? Why is she rolling her R's like that?"
Terrorist. yeah. Just looking for old sneakity sneak. And I'm Detective Squirtity Squirt.
Oh,
This is my friend, old Poopity Poop.
Poopity poop.
I don't know. Like, you could literally make up anything with these fucking names, I swear. I'm almost of the mind to think that the creator or whoever was writing this episode asked their children for names, and they actually gave them those names.
Kudos to the person who wrote this. This show truly is comedic genius. And it is one of my favorite situational comedies. It feels like it can make anything funny. And I don't think I know a lot of black comedies that exist within anime that does it so consistently, at least, where it's like the focus of it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, cause like my favorite comedies are like, in terms of anime, are Kaguya-sama, which isn't a black comedy. Hinamatsuri, again, doesn't follow that mold.
Konosuba.
Yeah, and it doesn't do that either. It may have like instances of it, but
yeah,
this show consistently just takes a lot of dark stuff and makes it hilarious. Like,
yeah,
the last episode we talked about it already, but the magic show with the dead grandma where they're sawing her, hilarious. And then this episode, they're fucking covering up a murder, like a legitimate murder.
Covering up a murder. Ponko is cleaning a dead body with the shower cap, by the way. He's fucking dead. Why do you need to have a shower cap? And like, the detective goes in there, and the daughter is just like, "You two look the same. What the fuck are you talking about?" She pulls the body up, and then Yachio's just like staring.
Also, Tamako's race.
Yeah, and Tamako was well, I don't know if somebody asked something, and it was one of those, "What? We don't look anything alike. What the fuck? What are you talking about? I look so different from this picture."
You're both black. You're both black. What are you talking about?
You're both black, so that means you look alike, right? No, look at this. Not even the same.
This show. Oh my god, man! This is when we talk about hidden gems. This is a hidden gem in a truest sense. I never expected this show to be as good as it is.
It is definitely a hidden gem. Are you a bomber bastard too? Even dead guests need shampoo hats. Yes. Yes, they do.
And then the fact that they use Tamako, it's like, okay, in a moment of what's happening in the episode, I'm like, all right, now we're in this whole film noir thing, murder mystery. All right, cool. I'm thinking that I've figured the episode out. And then,
oh my god,
fucking Ponstein comes into the story, and then it becomes C's favorite thing. The cuck theory comes into play.
They said cucking, I think, at one point.
Yes.
In the episode. C missed out with this fucking season. But yeah, C's theory comes to life because Tomiko was like, mommy is like with the Candyman or something.
Yeah, taking a bath with the Candyman or something.
Yeah. And then first of all, she's being honest when she says that.
Yeah.
But not in the way that he says it, because Ponstein's like, yeah. What?
Yeah, she makes a drawing of it. That's what made it worse.
Oh my God, I forgot about that. She holds up a drawing and he's like, what? No! And he's just hell-bent trying to find this guy just so that he could beat the shit out of him. He hits him over the head with a vase, and then he like roundhouse kicks him towards the end. And like the whole episode, like I said, in the second half, is just trying to hide the body, trying to find a place where to put it, because they washed it, put it up, covered it in some towels in a cart, and tried to throw it over, and then that didn't work, because even Yachio, who's mainly known for punching men, punches good old Honko in the face when she starts overreacting and freaking out.
Stop running away for running away. That's so stupid.
I'm sorry, stop running away from running away? I thought we were supposed to be covering up the body. What do you want me to do? I've been running my whole life. I can't be doing this again. I can't.
Because Ponko was ready to turn herself in, and then Yashio was like, commit to it. You're a fucking criminal now. I was just like, what the fuck?
What hotel manager would say that?
I cannot believe the show. I truly cannot believe the show.
It's incredible.
It kind of reminds me of like the health inspector episode of SpongeBob. Like that's my thought of that's my thought of it.
Look at him. He's choking. What a fucking loser. Look at him suffer. They're laughing at him, and then they think they actually killed him, and they're like, oh no, we killed the health inspector. And then the cops come in at one point. It's like, what are you two talking about? The deed is done, Mr. Krabs. Okay, I'm sorry. It was SpongeBob's idea. What? You're not pinning this on me. It was Krabs' idea. He had an evil look in his eye. That is classic.
My God.
Oh, man.
Oh.
We see... Oh, and I love this part, too. I love just about everything in this episode, but this particular part where a group of guests are watching a movie, some kind of horror movie, I guess, and Yachio is speaking to Squirty Squirt, and he's there's like, what are these? Oh, these are movies. These are what did she say? This is what was considered like learning about human civilization back then, even though I think this one's a dud. This one's, and I'm like, no, you shouldn't be telling people that. You imagine what movies they'll find and think that actually happened on Earth.
Imagine they watched The Room. Is this how humans interact with each other? They start talking like people in the room.
Yeah.
I don't fucking love you.
Yes, I hate her. I cannot have her. I cannot. Oh, hi, Jerry. Yes. But old Squirty Squirt absolutely enjoyed it.
Yeah, he started crying.
Yeah, he cried at these. I love movies. Oh, this was so great. And as soon as he leaves, I don't know why they did this to the already dead body, but the body was wrapped with a fucking noose around its neck, hung, and the crowd was just like, ah! They didn't even seem like they were that bothered. They were just like, the fuck is that? It's like dead body hanging. Is that like a part of the act?
Yes, part of the movie. My God, Insidious is way too realistic. I should have never paid for this 4D ticket.
Is this that scene from The Wizard of Oz where the person's hanging in the background? What the fuck? My God.
The Grandpa Storm.
Oh God.
When he was
What are we
talking about
doing?
when he was talking about Swirty Sweaties, or no, we were talking about Posteen. He said he is now cuckity cuck.
Decrepit, you are on fire tonight. Yes.
Yachio is following
cuck.
Kazuma's gender equality. What anime would you show to the aliens? If I wanted them to have a good impression of humanity, I don't know.
There's a lot of really bad ones where humanity sucks.
Yeah. If I wanted them to like respect,
maybe some slice of life, maybe.
Yeah, something. Maybe
something where they were. I don't know. It's kind of hard because you'll always have like villains, even in slice of life, where there's like the snooty, snotty, stuck-up ones or whatnot.
I don't think Steins Gate would be a bad show to show them.
Yeah, I don't think that would be too bad. Steins Gate would be really good.
I think it's a good, like, I don't know, like a representation of humanity. You see like some corruption in organizations. You see a lot of
what people do for other people to save them.
Yeah, and just like some casual relationships where you see friendship in a pure sense, you know? So
yeah,
I think it has all those elements that you would want to represent humanity, because there's a lot of shows like, yo, if I showed them, I don't know, if I showed them Berserk or some shit, they'll be like, oh, we're going to bomb you guys tonight.
You show them Berserk, they'll destroy the world. You show them Attack on Titan, they'll probably nuke and destroy it too. I don't know. So many to choose from, honestly. Stay away from Terminator.
Yeah.
Like anything Terminator wise, they'll be like, oh, humanity has to get eradicated. No.
No. Oh shit, man.
I guess we could get to the tail end, I guess, where Ponstein, hits and kicks old Squirty Squirt, the detective, because the whole time he's like trying to look for this guy, thinks he found him, couldn't find him, didn't have any proof, whatnot. He basically lets people know that this candy man has candy with the essential, like, I don't know how, the power to literally blow up the entire world.
Yeah,
with just a thing of candy.
Destroy planets.
So when I saw that kid eating that candy, I'm like, this planet is doomed. This planet's gonna blow up. She's gonna eat it and that's gonna be like the end of the series.
Well, the candy she was eating was the candy that
green.
No. It was the candy that Ponko had gave her, because if you remember when they were in the movie theater, and she was begging old Squirty Squirt for the candy, Ponko was like, go get some candy out of my bag. So that's the candy. It wasn't it wasn't even the candy that Sneakity Sneak gave her. It was candy from her mom.
Yeah, okay. So I was a little worried for a second, but nah, it's all good now. But out of fucking nowhere, Squirty Squirt dies. I was kind of confused by that. I'm like, are these aliens like ones with like short lifespans, and then once they die, they just die? How did they?
I wanted,
he died the exact same way.
I wanted your theory on the mystery. I don't think we have an answer, but I want a theory.
So my theory, I don't know, because it's like, it could be a couple of ones, but the first one that was right off the top of my head when I saw this episode was, is it just the aliens themselves have such a short lifespan that they just harden up and die and have this weird yellow goop that foams out of their mouth. Weird. My other theory could lead into what the next episode happens. And I'm thinking, because it's the exact same room and those aliens died the exact same way. And I'm thinking maybe because the world has been spinning for a long time, society has ceased to exist for a long time, maybe there's something, I don't know, going on with the Earth itself. Like maybe there's some, not radioactive, but something that's just like killing in that specific room, or maybe it's like underneath the hotel where it's killing them for some reason. And this is just the beginning. Like if it continues next episode where anybody that goes in that room, they just start dying, then it's definitely going to be explained. But if it was just they die right then and there with no explanation, I'm assuming like the aliens for some reason have a short lifespan. I don't know. Maybe because I don't think it was because of what happened with Ponce. I don't think that kick killed him. And Yachio kind of confirmed that too when because she scanned him and said, I don't think it was blunt force trauma. So I don't know. Really don't know, but I'm going to guess and say short lifespan.
So I think the theory of Earth being the killer itself is interesting, just because we know that there was some disease that killed humans out, maybe not in the same manner, but that drove them out of the planet entirely because of the environment wasn't fit for them. So that definitely could be a possibility when this whole thing happened. For me, what I was doing was I was looking at what happened to both of these characters that would lead to their death. What was the constant thing that was shown? And there were only two things that I could see. One were the plates. If you remember in the episode, we keep seeing Fuguri, and he's the one that made the plates. He supposedly he made all the plates and stuff. And even though he didn't eat his food or whatever, that's one constant thing with them. The other thing, and this would make things much darker, is Tamako.
Ooh.
Tamako touched both of them. And
interesting.
It was weird because when Tamako touched Sneakity Sneak, he acted really weird. If you remember, like when she like hugged him, he was kind of like spazzing out, and I was like, okay, it's because he didn't expect her to hug
right,
hug
and I
him like
assumed
that.
It was just like a comedy aspect that they do in anime all the time.
Yeah, but he was acting really weird in retrospect, and I'm like, okay. And then she does it to Swirtity Swirt in the movie theater.
Yeah,
when
she face.
Yeah, and if you catch the scene after she does that, he starts like scratching at his neck.
Oh yeah,
and then he does it in
detail.
He does it in another scene, and then when he actually dies, he kind of claws at his neck again when he dies, and he splurts out the fluid. So
oh my God.
I don't know how Tamako could have killed him, but it's just a weird thing because they kind of focused on. I know she didn't eat the bomb candy or whatnot, but the focus on her eating the candy, the fact that she's a new character, maybe there was something to where like Tanukis and this species just couldn't touch each other. I don't know if this question is going to be answered next episode. I don't think it needs to be, but it is a very interesting mystery. But those were the two constants that I saw with both of those characters dying, was the ceramics and Tamako. And I don't know which is which. Both were touched by Tanukis, so
yeah.
I don't know.
Decrepit Storm puts in the chat, I was looking at the Reddit thread for this episode, and it looks like people have three main theories. One, the virus that killed all the humans is still around and they're vulnerable. I could see that. Two, they both came into contact with Tomoko before she died, so she has something that kills them, which that's interesting. I wonder what it could be. Number three, they both came into contact with the pottery, the criminal with the hallway teacup, and it's coated with something that is toxic to them. And see, this is why I love anime originals, is because you draw your own theories and your own conclusions as to what's going to happen. And it could be a lot of things, but those attention to details too, like you were saying with the whole scratching of the back and how they were acting weird when they were being touched. I'm almost of the mind to think that it is Tomiko, and I almost think like it has something to do with because she was born on this planet. Everyone else came from the actual, like, I'm assuming, like from all other parts of the planets and the old Tamaki planet and whatnot. She was born on Earth. So maybe she inherited the virus.
Wow.
And maybe that's something that is something, you know, like that's what, when you say that, it makes me think it could possibly be that, like a mixture of both. Yeah.
Wow. that is a great catch.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so,
I didn't even think about it. You're right. She is the only being that we know that is born in Earth. Wow.
Yeah. And
everybody else are immigrants or robots.
Yeah. And maybe the Tanuki have like where they're immune to it somehow. Kind of like, I don't know, just like with any virus, some are immune and some aren't. And those aliens were not immune to it, and that was the virus, so to speak. So I agree. That would be a hugely dark turn if they did something like that, which I would not put it past this series to do something like that. So very interesting.
That is great. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That whether that turns out right or not, that was great.
Thank you. Decrepit Storm said we could really do with the C Tactics theory right now. We know what he would say. So Tamakis and humans, they get cut. But I guess we'll see. Watch us be all completely and totally wrong, and it's just like something simple, like, oh, they loved each other. I don't know. It's just something like that. But I'm gonna go. Also, hello Midnight. Hello to all the sexy beasts out there, and hi Satsuki.
Oh wow!
Damn,
you feel good about yourself?
I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah, this has been a very great. I'll say it, great series. Really good series. I'm looking forward to completing this all the way to the end and see what happens. Because I guess really quick, what I thought was really touching, the detective falls over and dies and sees Sneakity Sneak's body. And he was like, I knew it. I was onto it. I trusted my intuition. I was fucking right. And then, he died and a little tear came out of his face. I'm like, oh, how sad. How completely and totally sad. But again, the series just always treats death almost kind of like in a dark comedy sort of way. And then they were just like, well, that's that. We got to get rid of both bodies. That's what Yachio says. He was wanting to get rid of both bodies.
And they do it by burying them with the grandma. What the fuck?
I have no idea.
This series is absolutely insane. I'm gonna keep saying it. I don't care how redundant it sounds. when I think of anime, and I think when people say like, what's the appeal of anime? This show is a great representation of why anime is so appealing because it just does different shit. What movie do you know is doing some crazy shit like this? We got raccoon dogs running hotels with robots and burying bodies. What type of crazy shit? Anime, I think, is a great medium for imagination.
Absolutely. I have always said that about anime. I love movies, don't get me wrong. I love TV shows, don't get me wrong. But I feel like when it comes to complete, unique, and animation and just like things that are out there, I always tell people watch an anime, and they'll go, "Why?" I'm like, "Trust me, it's better than you think."
Yeah, the limits are just not there. You don't have the limitations of budget or limitations of I don't have this actor, I can't do this. It's look realistic with real people,
right? And weird green screen effects where it just looks so cheap.
Yeah. It's crazy. But another great episode of Apocalypse Hotel. Whether it answers the mystery or not, I think we are, pretty satisfied with the episode. So moving on, we are talking about Ranger Rejects Season 2, Episode 9. This is a kill or pass week for Ranger Reject. I ain't got nothing to say. What's up, EA?
You got nothing to say. Okay, well. Yeah, so this particular episode, once again, a lot of stuff happened and a few very interesting stuff was revealed.
We got
I think
big reveals this episode.
Yeah, and I was just like, I liked it. I definitely liked it. It seemed rather fast how they kind of revealed it, but I did enjoy whenever we finally got those reveals, especially about the divine artifacts, where I was just like, no shit. Okay. Yumiko. No, that's cool. Okay. I thought we were gonna get some, I don't know, more interesting fight scenes. The fight scenes were kind of okay-ish. They were meh, exactly. It was D just fighting both monsters and rangers and people, and I'm just like, make up your mind already, dude. I'm sick of it. And then we get 2 Monster Society people that inject themselves with monster serum. They look like the monsters that were once defeated, because one of them freaking comes back as what's his name,
Magatia. Yeah,
Magatia. And I'm like, oh no, we get this guy again. We already had him before. What the hell? Mm-hmm. But I definitely think the last episode was more interesting. Like I said, I feel like the reveals were definitely bombshells in a way, because we found out divine artifacts are made by certain people that were, I don't know, just harnessed by the Yellow Ranger, and thus, this was created. So it dropped a hint of who was a living version of those divine artifacts. Lo and behold, it's Yumiko. That's it was a shock, but at the same time, I'm like, when I really think about it, it doesn't really surprise me just by how she looks and how she acts. You know what I mean? Especially with those eyes. But yeah,
and why she wants to collect the divine artifacts in the first place. It explains her mission.
Right, and I like that. It's too bad it was kind of short lived and kind of just glossed over really quick. But I really did enjoy that twist of it in that aspect. I was just like, huh, that's very interesting. I wish I could know more. But yeah, before she can even like do anything with the clones, I know this is skipping all the way to the end, but I don't care. Red shows up at the very end, and that piqued my interest a bit. So I really I enjoyed the twist. I enjoyed Yumiko and what she was doing, the story of the divine artifacts, and Red just coming in going, "Sup, Yumiko? Ready to die?" So overall, not gonna lie, Sasuke, this series is I definitely I've been saying this after a while. The first season I've definitely liked more. I don't know what it is because it's like it's interesting, but it's not, I guess, compelling enough.
Mhm.
I just feel like it's really, and you could speak more upon it than I could. I feel like it's really suffering because of the fact that there's just cutting out a bunch of content. And I'm sure they probably did that this episode too. Oh, the thing you were talking about last episode, they actually put it in this episode.
And it wasn't the whole thing either.
Right. And when I saw that, I was like, even still, you wouldn't know if she knew that D was an actual monster or not. You know what I mean? It's still not implied, and it's still not like left there for the mystery of the ooh, she knows. It's almost as if she just said a sentence and just kind of like was like, "You like being out there, don't you?" That's all it was. Why don't you come in here and say that? But I don't know. It's weird. This show definitely, I feel like it could be so much better than what it is. I think that's the problem with it because I liked the first season so much, even with the cut stuff that was out of it. I think it was nicely paced. This season's just very fast, and we're just going through everything extremely fast, and it just makes it not as exciting, I guess.
And yeah, I definitely understand your position on this. This is why presentation is very important. You can have something, if you're a chef, you can have a tasty dish, but because of how it's presented, people aren't going to want to taste it if it looks like shit. And it's really that simple. This show has been extremely horrible with its pacing. It has been very up and down. I think it was all right when this first started, but lately it's been pretty ass when it comes to. Sometimes there are moments you need to sit on for it to have impact. There's some moments where you just have to slow things down, focus on the scene, so you understand as an audience, all right, this is a bombshell and whatnot. When you go through things fast and kind of nonchalantly, it just feels like it doesn't really matter. And you're left wondering, what? And that's all you really get from a scene. I do like this episode. I think this episode suffers less from the pacing issues than some of the episodes that we've seen of late. So let's talk about like some of the big reveals. Yellow just drops bombshells after bombshells. He's just straight up says, because D goes, yeah, invaders, they're born invaders. What are you talking about? And Yellow's like, nah, I kind of created them. And it's like, what? Is that true?
Say that again, huh?
So that was a thing. And then he goes on to talk about the artifacts, which derive from these chosen people, one of them being Yumiko. So they essentially, this is kind of like this is kind of something that happens in Fire Emblem Three Houses. They use the essence of the select people for weapons. So these weapons, while they aren't necessarily people, they come from they come off the backs and deaths of these people. So it gives validation to Yumiko's mission to collect these artifacts, because essentially the artifacts are her people that she's collecting, you know. And we see a scene of her in this room with a whole bunch of clones of herself, which shows us how they're extracting the artifacts in the first place. Because Yellow goes on to say, when it comes to making these artifacts out of people, and the reason he does it in the first place, because they had this power, but they wouldn't use it for the greater good, essentially. So he wanted to use this power so that regular people can use it. People like him and other Rangers could use it. So he experiments on these people, but it's something to where he has to try again and again and again. And obviously, if the person dies, the experiment is done. So what's the solution? Clone them. They clone all these people of Yumiko, supposedly for the purpose of making her a divine artifact. That's why you see all those clones, because they haven't made her one yet. And that's her mission. That's why, and that kind of explains why she's left alive when, when
now that makes sense.
Yeah, like when we had the whole confrontation with her and Green. Well, now it makes sense that they would leave her alive, because we know what the purpose is. They want to farm material out of her. So she's a very special person, more special than even the Rangers in that sense, because the divine tools, the divine artifacts are more valuable to the Rangers as a whole than a single Ranger. So it explained a lot in that sense. I don't know if the delivery was that great, but crazy reveals.
Yeah, very crazy. Also, hello, Ellie. How are you doing, good sir? Yes, you did make it in time.
What's good, Ellie?
We're going to be talking about Ranger Rejects right now, but trust me, you're in for a treat with future diaries later. So, but yeah, this was mostly, I mean, yeah, it had those twists. It had the interesting plots revealed and whatnot. We had a repeat of what happened at the beginning of this series with, Magatia's dream sequence. I'm surprised he didn't decide to do the high school all over again, but instead we got
Squid Games.
Yeah. It looked like Squid Games. Squid Games mixed with Fall Guys. So kind of in a way.
It was like Fall Guys. It was all pink and shit.
Yeah. And the part where they make it all the way to the end, the crown's at the top. I'm like, that has to be a total like tribute or nod to Fall Guys. But yeah, it was fine. it was fine. Like I said, we're getting fights with and like all the, I don't know, fights with a bunch of these people. We don't even know their names. We don't even care. And yet we get a backstory on them, and I'm just like, I don't care for these characters. I don't give two shits for these characters.
Yeah.
Oh, they are part of it because they didn't want to be pushed around. Okay. Did we really need a backstory about that?
Yeah. I will say that part isn't an anime thing. That's just how the story is.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I don't think they are characters that it feels like a garner for sympathy with the death, and it doesn't really compute with us because we're like, who are these people? We don't have any connection to them. They're just bad guy monsters in our opinion, so it doesn't really help much.
Pretty much, because then she gets cut in half by, Yellow Ranger's fucking weapon, which cool weapon by the way. Just splits his own person in half, and then kills her, and then she sinks in slowly like, I lived my life. Just shut up and die. I don't care.
I did like the strategy for killing her because she had a power that will reflect basically any attack that was directed towards her onto the person. So to circumvent that, what he does is at the very same moment that one of the Yellow Rangers come into the same vicinity as her, he attacks him with the AoE attack.
Yeah.
Splits him in half, and then it, like the remnants of that attack hits her, so she can't use her reflectability. I thought that was really smart.
No, that was cool.
Yeah.
That was cool. That was neat. Slowly falling in and dying. Ooh. Die already. And then the other guy. I love what you have in here. He's Magatia with a bowl cut. Just, gumming down. No! Oh, you're so dead. I loved you.
Yeah.
And then injects himself again and becomes full on Magatia.
Yeah. He becomes revived after that.
Yeah. Ugh.
So, which
once wasn't enough.
Which doesn't seem to do anything to Yellow, because Yellow just goes like, yeah, I'm at the top. I'm out. And
then leaves.
Yeah. And also Magatia kicks D out of the world because D ends up fighting with Angel, who doesn't know that D is D, meaning Sakurama. Yeah, I thought the other interesting thing that happened was I think she's the second in command. I may be wrong, but the girl with the Lady Gaga visor over her eyes, she's talking about how it seemed at first, at least to me, that she was going to attempt to kill Yellow because she's pondering if he's evil or not, and she comes to the conclusion that he is evil, but he's helping humanity in a sense that he could be funneled into doing something good for humanity. So she allows his existence because she's like, yeah, you're not a good guy.
You're not a nice person.
Yeah, but you're still helpful. So, which, is just a reflection of how the Ranger organization has been working, to where they allow someone like Red, who they know is a piece of shit, to operate because of the good that he can do and how powerful he is. So, it's kind of a microcosm of our society, to where the higher the talent, the higher the tolerance. And that's kind of what we get with Yellow. It's like, you're so great at your job, what you do, your research. I kind of can't let you die here because of the impact it has on humanity.
Yeah. Crazy. Yellow is he's a genius, but he's an evil genius. Yeah, he has that smile just always throughout, just showing it off to everybody. So basically, he just kind of left the rest of his Yellow crew to die and the Red Rangers to die.
Yeah.
Have fun in there. I'll come back in an hour if you're still alive.
Maybe Green comes back and beats Magatia again.
My God. Because we wanted the sequel so badly.
Yeah. I think that's about covers most of everything that
Pretty
we got in the
much.
episode.
Yeah. Well, I think you know what that means. It is a determination whether this is going to be a killer pass.
Hold on. Yeah.
Oh,
you're not going to be able to. You're not going to be able to hear the music, but I'm about to put on this Jeopardy theme. Wait, is it Jeopardy?
No, I thought it was like some like very serious type of music or whatever.
It's not Jeopardy. It's
Oh, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Yeah. Yes.
When they're thinking about their options really quickly.
You are correct. Give me a second.
Yeah. Wah, 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 wah.
Again, you can't hear EA, but the music is on. They're all waiting
Okay.
for your decision. Like
Well-
your decision has it will echo throughout humanity.
Oh man. Oh my goodness. A lot of pressure putting on me. Well, okay. So I have all the multiple choices. I already split 50-50, which is either kill or pass. So here is my answer when it comes to Ranger Rejects. I definitely enjoy this show. I think this show suffers from a rush pace and just certain things. Sasuke's knocking shit over, but there's certain things that and I think I said this earlier. I feel like this series can be better. I really do feel like it could be better. It's just I don't know if they had a budget that was limiting them, which is nowhere near their fault, and I totally understand that. But I have to go with my intuition, and this is probably the first time in a long time that I've done this, but I'm gonna have to kill this series.
Damn.
Now it's up to you.
I already made my decision, EA. I was going to follow whatever decision that you made.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah. This was a show where it kind of fell off the tracks for me a minute ago. So it was kind of just, whether because I didn't want to have my bias cloud whether we kill or pass it, because I couldn't shake the identity of being a manga reader. So it was really hard for me to go like, all right, I should kill this show because it didn't follow the manga. So I didn't want to do that. So I was just going to base it based on how you felt about it. So with that being said, this is the first show that
It's been a while. Decrepit Storm would probably know the answer of the last series that we killed, but I'm pretty sure it was the deer one. Nokutan.
I think you're right.
Yeah. And I think that was last year.
Because I was thinking of... Wait. Didn't we kill Zenshu more recently?
Well, I think we did, but I don't know if that was one of those where we kept for a while, because I think we watched one episode.
We technically gave it a trial run.
Right, we gave it like a trial run because we already had like a whole bunch that we were watching.
Yeah, so
I think
you're right.
Nokutan was the big one that we actually killed.
Yeah. All right. Well,
did you show the dead screen? Oh! Got to do that.
All right, here it is. I never thought I had to do this.
You have been killed.
All right. That is the first kill that we have for the spring 2025 season. So Ranger Reject will not be talked about on this show any longer, meaning that for the spring 2025 season, we will only be talking about Lazarus, Rock is a Lady's Modesty, Apocalypse Hotel, with the addition of Future Diary. So
Speaking of which, we are delighted, or should I say, we are not delighted. Sasuke's been drinking tonight, so he's really.
I'm so fucking excited.
He's so fucking excited. We are talking about Future Diary episodes 20, 21, and 22. We are nearing the end, folks. We are at the end of the tunnel, so to speak, and we see that light, and we are almost there. Satsuki, my goodness. I think, and I don't want to jump too ahead, So I know we got to do this one at a time, but I definitely feel, and this series should definitely be a case study on just if you can't get any worse than what you've done, make it even more worse as you go on, especially to the end. But my God, this particular series just sped run into shit, so to speak. So anyway, episode 20, we don't really get the main characters, Yuki and Yuno, which is interesting. We get different ones. This episode 20, we have the ever so lovely terrorist Ryu, and we have Nishijima, the cop that kind of took over after what's his face did his fucking due diligence. But where do you want to begin with this?
No, because EA, you're already skipping my issue.
Oh, okay, shit. What am I skipping? I'm sorry.
The last episode was what was like this face off between Yuki Yuno versus Akise Uryu 11th, 8th, Nishijima. Like they're all in the same vicinity, right? And they dropped the bombshell that Yuno isn't Yuno or whatever the fuck. And then this episode just goes right past that. Apparently they had that talk and they just all went home afterwards.
Screw you guys, I'm going home.
I was just like, wait, did y'all forget that y'all had that big face off? What happened? They literally just fast forward.
It was such a huge reveal at the end that Yuno wasn't Yuno. And then Yuki was like, whatever.
That's cool.
I don't care.
She has pink hair, right? That's Yuno then.
I want to say she's got pink hair, right? She's still batshit crazy and hot, right? Yeah. I don't give a shit. Later. And that was it. They just left and just apparently, the mayor left them alive and everyone else too, and was like, don't forget to write. Just waving as they walk away and shit. So stupid. I agree though. That was such a huge letdown. We had this epic cliffhanger of, oh my God. Yuno's not Yuno. Who is Yuno? What does she do?
Who are you people?
Who are you? As Patrick looks under his rock. And what do we get? The womps. We get the womps. We get nothing. Nothing is answered. Yuki apparently doesn't give a shit that Yuno is not Yuno. Because, yeah, that's how real life works. Oh, yeah, that person who claims to be your dad, he's not really your dad. I don't care.
Okay. Who gives a fuck?
Right, yeah, I don't care. He still looks like my dad. Jesus Christ. That was pretty bad, though, and I can't believe I skipped over, but you're right. That happened, and I swear to God, it happened in a span of, what, maybe 10 seconds?
It was immediate. I watched this episode. For context, sometimes I watch these episodes on stream, mainly Future Diary. I watched this episode on stream, this specific episode, for like an hour and 20 minutes because I kept pausing in disbelief of what was going on as I was watching it. This particular scene, I literally went, I'm not even 30 seconds into this episode and I'm already mad because why did they just skip over that whole tense situation as if as if that wasn't a fake. Like literally in that scene, think about this. In that scene, you have all of the participants of all of the leftover participants in the death game in the same vicinity, and nothing happens. This is like the shittiest Cold War that I've ever seen.
It was so bad. And the fact that they let him walk away as if nothing happened. Don't forget to write. Okay, motherfucker. Oh, just terrible. So terrible. So that shit happened. And then yeah, this is a Uryu episode, by the way, guys. We get terrorist in love. Okay, let me rephrase that. Uryu and Nishijima are. So Nishijima, just out of fucking nowhere, has a ring for Uryu and proposes to her. He proposes to this psycho crazy bitch because of one time in high school he grazed her boob or something, or saw a nipple when she was changing. I don't know. I have no idea why this person likes her. Like, it makes no sense, but hey, want to get married? And she, I mean, this is where I at least believe and agree with her in a way where she's just like, no, I barely know you. It's like, good. That's a normal response.
But EA.
All right, Satsuki.
There's so much wrong that I don't know where to go. Like, you know, I'm gonna just go here first. Uryu doesn't turn him down because she doesn't know him. Uryu turns him down because she doesn't feel that she fits in her in like the perspective of what she thinks a woman is. That's why she turns him down. She explicitly says, "I'm not going to be a baby factory." She believes that what a woman is supposed to be, or what a wife is supposed to be, whatever the fuck. She thinks a wife is supposed to be someone who stays at home, has babies, and essentially that's it. Like, you know, she's supposed to be ladylike and whatnot. No, that's not what a wife is supposed to be, first and foremost. That's just a sexist idea. That's extremely misogynistic coming from the mangaka. And again, like, her perspective on why she doesn't want to marry him isn't based on the fact that she doesn't know him. That's a good point, EA, because I was so close. I have not said the N-word on this podcast if I have said it, it has been like at the beginning of the podcast. It's been a long time. I was so fucking close. I don't like to say that in this setting. I was so fucking folks? Close.
The future diary makes Satsuki say the N-word.
I was close. I was really close. I was there. Okay. Let's reset. All right.
Let's take a deep breath. Namaste.
Okay. They don't know each other. That's the relationship between these two. The extent of it is the first time they meet is they're escaping a terrorist, or not a terrorist, a serial killer. They are handcuffed to each other and they have romantic scenes. Quotations on it, because I don't know if you would find these things romantic, EA. I'm pretty sure not. I hope you wouldn't. But to me, a romantic date isn't being handcuffed to the person and the other person peeing in a stall while you listen.
I mean, what else could you ask for?
I mean, yeah.
I'm kidding, of course.
I handcuff all my first dates to make sure they piss in earshot.
and these are my dating handcuffs. I mean, don't you have a pair?
So
my God,
that him calling her cute when she dresses up in a dress. Mind you, that's the
Right.
same dress that she killed like 50 plus children in.
Water under the bridge, Sasuke. Why are you bringing up old shit?
Me, I may be too much of a historian, you know what I mean? I'm too stuck in the past.
I guess.
But no. Their first day interacting ends with Uryu shooting him and leaving him for dead. And all their interactions post then weren't good. I made this point. I went, in Dragon Ball Z, you had the relationship between Vegeta and Bulma. I'm not going to lie. That's not a good relationship in this introduction. It's very out of nowhere. We know why it happened, because Toriyama wanted some more Saiyan kids. But at the very least, there was some steps taken to make it more believable. And I will say too, one thing that they did with Bulma is they showed her to be a very shallow character, and that she only cares about someone's looks, or that's something that she really prioritizes more than other things. Like, she doesn't really care about if you're a good person or not. She just cares if you're hot. Mm-hmm. So at the very least, they established that. This relationship between Uryu and Nishijima is so trash, because they show Nishijima in what was he in the forced death, Kurisu's death. Nishijima is supposed to be the cop that takes over, and he's supposed to be the righteous guy, right? He's supposed to be the good cop to Kurisu's bad cop, but he wants to fuck the terrorist that killed children.
Satsuki. She's in love. Or sorry, he's in love. He remembers that time they were handcuffed and she was pissing. I mean, it just brought over a wave of emotions. One that he just couldn't get over. And when she shot him, that's like Cupid's arrow. Yeah. He was listening to Bob Marley's I Shot the Sheriff, but I did not shoot the deputy. I don't know if he was any of those things at the time, but that's what he was thinking of. He's just like, wow, this woman is very attractive, especially in that maid outfit. I do know, well, later on he finds out, because at the time they were young or whatever, and she still had both her eyes, whatever. He grows up, they get older, they just so happen to meet by chance and whatnot. Knowing what he knows, he still looks past all that stuff. She's just a broken. She needs help. I can fix her. She's just so precious. She's just so sweet and so beautiful. Have you seen her naked?
I have multiple times, because the show keeps showing her naked.
Yeah.
But EA, I just want to reiterate. You said like they got older and whatnot. This whole show takes place in the span of months. So like the first time they meet,
get older in months.
At best, yeah, I mean, true. But the first time they meet is at best. I don't know the timeline exactly, but at best, 4 months prior to this episode.
So like half a year.
And he's proposing.
I mean, man works fast. He sees what he likes. He gets his eye on the prize. See the one-eyed terrorist, and is just like, I want her before somebody snatches her up.
As a great man once said, art is an explosion. Love is too.
For sure. And she is the total package in that sense. She blows people up and she's a knockout. My God, this was so out of left field and just so convoluted and stupid. It was nothing. Oh, what is he saying?
The Griffin Storm said police officer and terrorist, the modern day Romeo and Juliet.
That would probably happen on a date with Rudius. Oh my god.
I mean, it did end up like Romeo and Juliet. They both died.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Spoilers, by the way. Playing some R&B songs.
For a story that's existed for hundreds of years.
No. Future Diary.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said spoilers, bro. Spoilers, bro.
Could you imagine? Dude, that was like made before my parents' were even made. The hell are you spoiling that for?
I was like, damn. When is a good time to talk about it?
You know, Hamlet, now he kills his own uncle. Oh, shit. Spoiled that. Othello.
Well, there goes Shakespeare for me. Damn. You can't have shit.
Shakespeare is rolling his grave. Oh no, the KOA found out. Oh shit. Some mating rituals. Cuffs, pee, and maid dress. Yes, Ellie. Y'all are comparing me to this comp. I never felt so depressed disrespected in months. Midnight. Oh yeah, I forgot. He's the degen.
I did defend Midnight in that sense. I said I wouldn't compare Midnight to him. Despite some of the things Midnight has said.
Yeah. Great stuff. But yeah, so that I don't know, that fucking happens, and she's what is the one, I don't remember what happens, but I remember she's like, at one point Nishijima's like, how about a kiss, baby? And then Ryu is like blushing, like, oh no, I don't want to kiss. This isn't okay. I'll just lean into it. I don't give a fuck. Just like all of a sudden now she's just I'm gonna kiss this man that I barely know. And I said that I don't want to be a baby maker. I don't want to be a stay-at-home wife, but I'm just gonna kiss him anyway, because now in a span of, I don't know, 5 minutes, I changed my mind. I want to kiss him now.
I want to say this. I think Uryu, her mindset that she has to conform to gender norms of, like you said, being a baby maker and all of this stuff. I think that could have been channeled in a more positive way to where it didn't feel sexist and misogynistic. But I think the issue is that essentially Uryu just leans into that idea. It's like she goes like, I'm not that person, I'm a terrorist. And then later she just goes like, all right, I guess I'll be the baby maker. I'm like,
just instantly,
just
gives up. Just like, I had a good run.
I think I would have been all right with, I'm not saying I'll be all right with this relationship, but I think a way to make this better is that if she wouldn't compromise on who she is, which I don't know who she is, honestly. Like, this show keeps trying to show you different sides of her, but I keep remembering one side. You call me old fashioned, whatever. I still remember episode 2 in which she sadistically killed children. And this happened in the span of months. So it's not as if she had a significant time to growth, or in which she showed instance of learning that what she did was bad or anything. She literally just changes into a completely different character as the series goes on. She goes from a complete sadistic psychopath terrorist to, oh, she does bad shit, but she wouldn't go that far. And every time they do that, I go like, nobody has went as far as her. She has still done the worst shit that any character has ever did in the entire series.
Yeah.
You literally,
true.
You can say 11th is this bad or whatever. He still didn't do something as bad as bombing a fucking school. That's the issue. You didn't just show her killing people. You showed her targeting the most vulnerable section of society, which are children. I don't understand how you feel that you could. Yeah. How the hell do you sit there and go, well, she cares about animals, so she's actually a good person. I don't give a fuck if you feed an acorn to a squirrel. You bomb children.
I totally forgot that. They make it seem like these squirrels were a part of her whole character existence. Go away, you stupid animal. Just go. I don't give a fuck about these squirrels. I didn't even know she had squirrels. Did you know she had them?
No, apparently the squirrel is pregnant, which is supposed to be like...
Oh my god, that was so stupid too.
Parallels.
Oh my god, is she gonna get knocked up by the here's the cop, ready? Baby, I know you killed some people in a couple of span of months. I was picking up the kids' dead bodies up off the floor, and I was sifting through that minefield that you laid out. But you know what? Let's let bygones be bygones. Will you marry me? And I would put a baby in you.
Jesus Christ.
What the actual fuck? This was so bad.
And
just, oh.
And for whatever reason, I don't know if you feel this way. For some reason, Kosaka, the badly dressed school bully, he is the only character that consistently calls out people on their bullshit. He just goes, because for whatever reason, Nishijima decides to recruit literal middle schoolers for his big plan. Not the police. Let me say that again. Nishijima, who has access to the police, doesn't recruit the police in his efforts to stop what he believes to be terroristic attacks or murders, whatever. He recruits 3 middle schoolers. And what does Kosaka say in all of this? He goes, I don't want to work with her. She blew up my school. And I went,
yeah.
Someone's going to hold her accountable?
Yeah, I felt the exact same way when he said it. I'm like, guy, Kosaka, you may be a stupid moron idiot, but my God, when you're right, you're fucking right. And I shook my head, like I was watching, I shook my head, I was like, yeah. Yeah, he's right. He has every right to feel that way. And then, they want to go ahead and they want to make him feel like a fucking idiot. But that was in the past. Fucking bring it up old
Get over
shit. Get over it. Yeah, okay, yeah. She's a terrorist and she blew up our school. But did any of your friends die? Well, yeah, some of them.
Yes.
Who cares? Who cares if your friends died? Shut up. This is annoying. We need her help. Why do we need her help? Because we can't get the police on our side for some reason, even though Nishijima is like the head of police or something. I don't know.
I don't know what anybody's position. It seemed you would think that he's like this power. You would think that he was as powerless as Yuki seemed to be in episodes prior. The way he keeps relying on these middle schoolers.
Serious fucking Lee. It's like, look, they kicked me off the case, so I'm kind of working on my own with this. I need your help. That would make more sense. If I don't know, they seemed like he got in trouble. It's like, give me your badge and gun. You're off the streets. Come on. And then he wants to do it independently. That would make total sense. And that would be one of those, okay, that's why he's doing it. Albeit weird that he's asking middle schoolers to help. Still, that would make more sense.
No.
He's still a cop that has his job, and I'm assuming he has some kind of pull.
Yeah, in a high position.
Like yeah. He's got some kind of a pull. He's a high position. He's telling people what to do and whatnot. But why use resources when we can use middle schoolers? Come on. I mean,
you sound
money.
you sound like a capitalist society.
My bad.
Well, why hire the person that's struggling to pay rent when I could just hire the fucking 16-year-old who wants to use the money to go on a date?
Let's get the interns that will work for free. My God. Ryuk. Oh. Okay, yeah, this happened. Deus Ex Machina uses Uryu for something.
Yeah, we don't get to see what that is, but yeah.
Yeah. He teleports her and I need to use you for something. Yes, father. I mean, yes, Deus. What would you like? Never explained. Never explained.
No.
He wrote that and forgot to add it back. He was just like, "Oh shit." Well, keep drawing.
Wait, hold on. What did Decrepit Storm post? Hold on, what is this?
I don't give a. Yeah, what is that?
Hold on, I'm
gonna see this. Oh my God!
Fuck if you feed an acorn to a squirrel, you bomb children.
That is a great clip.
I gotta say that. Listen, I don't give a
fuck if you gave an acorn to a squirrel. You bomb children. That is amazing. Oh, that's a great clip.
but we proceed to just more. I posted in the
Yeah, I see.
We just go into more. We descend into more stupidity. We find out that 11th helped create the other diaries.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Why specifically him? If this is supposed to be an evenly balanced battle royale.
Why did you recruit this? Yeah, like you said, why get Deus Ex Machina recruit this guy to create the diaries? Why specifically him? He sought out the mayor of you look like you got credentials. What?
I honestly think this man's he has his eyes fucking closed and he's just going point and just like assigning people. Like, yeah, that guy's good enough. Him too. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that
he helps create the other diaries. And then he gets a diary that lets him monitor the other diaries. And he's allowed to participate in the killing it? What? So you know the strengths and weaknesses of every participant in the game that you're playing. And then in addition to that, you get to monitor every other person's diary. And you still are allowed, you essentially become the admin in whatever video game that you may think of. You have all the admin perks, moderation perks, whatever. Yeah. And you're supposed to play on a level playing field with people who are just in the game. And it's more embarrassing because he doesn't kill anybody.
I know. I was about to say that is probably the worst part about the whole thing. Here's a guy that has admin privileges and is just OP in every sense of the word because he helped create the diaries and whatnot. He could have, at any moment, dropped all these fools like it was nothing because he's got the perks, but he doesn't kill a single soul. He doesn't even try. He just waits until there's only 4 people left. And then, sips on his fucking cognac and locks himself up in a vault, a double vault. Yeah, because, that only makes sense. Yeah, because if I was an admin, I wouldn't totally cheat or use the perks. No, are you kidding me? I would blow up every fucking phone and then call myself the victor. Not him. Not him. He don't want it that bad.
So
I don't think anyone wants this thing that bad, to be honest.
It's like what I said before. It seems like the reward for winning God of this universe is a fucking $100 Red Lobster gift card or some shit. It doesn't feel
Here's
like
some
it's
Cheddar Bay biscuits.
yeah, like oh shit, cheddar. It's like I'm not in the mood for it today, so I'll just let them have it.
Someone else can. No, you can have it. No, you. No, I insist. If I was Deus Ex Machina, I'd be so pissed. Like, these are the ones that are going to take over for me when I fucking die. Like, I'm just going to end myself.
Like, Uryu herself has not taken the opportunity to become the god of this universe because she arbitrarily decides when she's going to play the game or not. There's literally instances of her giving an antidote to Yuki and Yuno, despite them being her competitors, in which she didn't have to pay them back for anything. She didn't owe them anything.
Nothing.
So it's not one of those instances where it's like, oh, I got to pay them back because of a debt that I owe. No, that's not what happened. You got saved by Kurisu when you were locked up by the blind justice man.
Yeah, blind justice.
So why did you feel it in your heart to save that? First of all, I don't even understand how you knew that situation happened. But
unless there's something in the phone that told her or whatever.
Yeah. But yeah, you saving them doesn't make any sense because you could have got two competitors out of the way for the price of you doing nothing. Like, literally all you had to do is nothing and two of your competitors are out.
Technically three, because the little kid died, Yuki would have been dead, and Yuno probably would have been dead too.
Yeah. They all just got poisoned. Yeah.
Yeah. She killed the kid. Yuki was poisoned. All you gotta do is just sit and wait. He dies. Bleh. Yuno, maybe a little tougher. You go up to her, plug her in the head. That's three taken care of right then and there, and you're that much closer to being God. That's what a smart person would do, but not her.
Yeah, so it just feels like the urgency isn't there for these characters. But when it comes to urgency, Nishijima just says like, yeah, it's time to be a white knight, and he does his best Piccolo impression.
Oh my god!
Stands in front of Uryu when she's about to get blasted,
and gets fucking lit up and full of holes like some Swiss cheese.
Yeah,
and yeah,
and the best part of him taking those bullets is that the bullets don't go through. They don't go through, and then also go through Uryu. His body instinctively catches it like fucking Randy Moss, and it just sits in his body. Like it doesn't just go through him and then actually hit Uryu like a normal bullet might do. It just lodges in him every single time because it knows that he needs to protect her.
Like they do that a lot in movies. They'll use people as bullet shields all the time, and they'll just get lit up and the bullets never pass through, which I agree is always such a cliche in movies and stuff. But realistically, at least some of them would get through. At least some, especially depending on what kind of bullet that you get. The high caliber round, you ain't getting no meat shield for that. You're dead too. So, Nishijima, rest in peace. He never got an answer back from Uryu, the woman he loved for 2 months. It was just a tragic sight to see. And because of the fact that Nishijima dies, Uryu might have feelings. I am assuming that she's in love now because of the fact he's dead.
The best part of that whole sequence was the ring being covered in his blood, and my thought wasn't, oh, this is great symbolism of what could have been. My thought was, wasn't the ring in a fucking container? How the fuck did the ring just get loose to even happen? That to have happened? That didn't make any sense.
The bullet got shot from his pocket, or the gun shot it out of his pocket or something, and then the ring just went right out or something. I don't know. Some convoluted
symbolism.
mess. It's what it is. It's symbolism. But so that happens. The main characters finally show up at the very end of this episode, and lo and behold, Yuki was using Uryu as a decoy to beat 11th. And then Yuno is doing what the GIF is doing right now on stream and just lights everyone up, just shooting everybody like some crazy person. And Yuki and Yuno take hostages and the episode ends. Clap. Just cinema. I'm Shia LaBeouf standing up, just. God,
Man.
so fucking awful. And well, is that all of episode 20?
Yeah. Let's just go to 21.
Let's roll into 21. It somehow it got worse. My God. Well, I don't want to skip anything, so where do you want to start?
Okay, so they try to turn Yuki into a badass. And I'm just like,
that's right.
How many times are we going to do this thing to where it's like, all right, he's not actually a badass, he's just following the script, or where he's motivated, he understand. Like my issue with how they utilize Yuki later on in the seasons is like there's this dichotomy with him being literally just a pussy bitch and him being this war tactician. And I'm like, those things do not coincide. Like the whole idea of someone being kind of like cowardice and still being like a tactician, that may work, but someone being, when I say like completely avoidance of conflict and whatnot, and then in the next scene you see them, they're like, yes, we must move here to do this. I'm like, no, that doesn't work. Why is he in one scene again fucking a war general? You know what I mean? The best that we've ever seen. And then in another scene, just completely bitch made to where you could blow on him and he'll probably flinch.
They are so inconsistent with Yuki. Like, I feel like when it first started, they were very consistent with him. But then when he wanted to become God, they kind of made him flip the switch, so to speak. And I would have been okay with that. I would have hated that because I'm like, because remember, I think it was the past 2 episodes, he was a completely different person. He was essentially just, I'm taking control. I'm not afraid to kill people now. This is me. If they would have kept him like that, I think it would have been okay. Although I would have been like, okay, where's this person been the whole series? I would have been fine. But I agree. We get that, but then we go, why? And then we get, I don't want to kill you, Uryu. I don't want to pull my pants up. I just want to piss myself. Yeah. And then that happens, and it's like, where did this guy go? I thought he was a badass now. He's just a flip-flopper, and it just gets convenient whenever he gets locked up in a room with Uryu when he has to kill her. I don't want to kill you. Why the fuck not? He blew up your fucking school, killed your fucking friends, tried to kill you multiple fucking times, and yet you don't want to kill her. Why?
This is the same people. This is the same person that could kill people that have nothing to do with the death game mercilessly. And in the same scene, when it benefits
kill orphans,
when it benefits the story and not killing the main character to draw out, or one of the main characters, that being Uryu, to draw out the suspension and drama, he doesn't kill her. Why? Because to do what I just said. It's not because of any motivation that he has, which is becoming the god of this universe. He doesn't hesitate when it comes to killing innocent people that have nothing to do with anything, despite his morals. But
Mhm.
when it comes to characters that the show, quote unquote, needs in a specific scene, he doesn't do it. Again, you can't betray the character's motivations. If you want to keep your characters alive, you can't put them in certain situations. It's really as simple as that. And there's so many situations that these characters are put in that sacrifice their integrity when it comes to their personality. Yuno is a victim of this. How many times we said, why hasn't Yuno killed this character? You shown her to be mercilessly an advocate of killing this person and that person, but then in whatever scene she spares this person. Why? That makes no sense. That betrays her character. And it happens not only with her, but it happens with Yuki.
Yeah.
And that's the issue.
Yeah. It is insane. It's nothing more than a draw out suspension. It's plot convenience. It's all the above, whatever you want to call it. It's so ridiculous. And yeah, if I was in Yuki's position, second episode, introduced to Uryu, blows up your school, all the crazy shit, blah, blah, blah. It would have not have even gotten to episode 21. She would have been dead already because of the plain and simple fact that she's crazy and I understand what she's capable of. Maybe plug her in the back of the head when she least expects it. You can lull her into a false sense of, I'll team up with you and be your friend, like in the hospital. But then when she's not looking, unexpected, Departed style. And just completely, I wouldn't have gotten that far. But yeah, it's this is definitely one of the hugest problems of Future Diary, is just everything is just so convenient just because the plot needs to move it along that way. Oh, ridiculous. But I see in the notes here, Future Diary made me laugh, unfortunately. What happened that it made you laugh?
It was a scene where Kosuka, Hinata, and Mao, I believe that's her name, are all captured by 11 Skies, the cops, whatever they are. Mm-hmm. And it's a scene where they kind of like interrogate them, and then Kosuka reveals that he knows who 11th is. Like he just says his name. He's like, I don't even know this person. And they go, they just look at him. They go, well, now we get. He said something. He was like,
that's right.
He's like, before I was going to spare him, but now I have to kill him.
Oh, Kosuka, you lovable idiot.
Yeah, that's the scene that made me laugh.
That's one of those, who else but Kosuka? It's Kosuka. Kosuka.
And then Yuno comes to save the day of all people. And guess what? She doesn't decide to kill the people that she wanted to kill before. She saves Kosuka, Hinata, Mao, doesn't think much of it, and then just leaves.
Yeah. So dumb. So dumb. We kind of mentioned this in the previous episode. 11th locks himself in a safe only a Gasai could open. Good thing Yuno isn't one. I love how it specified all that. Only I could do it. Some other random fucking person. And Yuno Gasai. Why specifically her? Of all people. How are they related? Why is it that she could do it?
Yeah, no. Yeah, he said that the only people that can unlock it was himself because he programmed it that way.
Right.
And the Gasai's, meaning Yuno's mom, dad, and her. So from his perspective, he goes,
that's convenient.
Well, no. This is the Gasai's bank. If you remember, they were like they owned the bank. That's why they had that hotel.
To be honest, I kind of forgot.
No, yeah. It's literally only to explain this scene. It is not an important thing. But
right.
He's of the mindset that isn't she's an imposter because of the whole third body thing and what Akise revealed. It is this long out drawn thing that extends past the next episode. All we know though is that is able to unlock the safe. Whatever reason, I know what it is. They keep trying to tease it. I know what it is. But for whatever reason, in a safe where, again, only he can unlock, Yuno's mom can unlock, Yuno's dad can unlock, and Yuno herself can unlock, she's able to unlock it. For whatever reason she's able to do that, you can draw your own conclusions. To me, I feel like it's very obvious what that answer is, considering what this series has shown. But if it's not obvious, I'm not going to condemn you on it. But yeah, his whole plan.
I wasn't looking.
His whole plan hinges on her not being unable to unlock this door, and I'm like, well, shit. Could you have not gotten a gun or something? Is that
right.
Like your only
nothing to protect himself?
Nothing. She unlocks the door, and then his plan is over. He's like,
Bakana.
So, yeah. What was the point of this character? What was the point? Are you serious? That's all it took?
That's all it took. This guy that had admin hacks and could do auto assist and auto aim couldn't even fucking do shit. Now that's bad. If you have all the DLCs and all the season battle passes and at your disposal and you still can't kill a level 1 or whatever, it's just, that's bad. That's terrible.
He is literally, out of all the future diary users that we have, he has the most resources out of any character. You can argue Kurisu because of his position being but he's the mayor. So
yeah.
The same resources that Kurisu is privy to, that he has access to, as the mayor, he has those same resources. He has all these resources, and yet he doesn't do anything. They arbitrarily they make him the big bad for like 2-3 episodes, but he ends up being one of the most lackluster villains because he truly does not put anybody in checkmate.
No. And he should be one of the most powerful and threatening and intimidating villains of them all. And he's a joke. Not even worth anything. A fucking middle schooler plugged him when he was sitting on, not the toilet, sitting on his fucking couch or recliner or whatever. Mm-hmm. And that was all it took. It was lame. It was so lame. And it just, another user down. It's winding down. Give me a break. Oi. Oi, oi, oi. But I guess before all that stupid dumb shit, we get this wonderful standoff between Yuki and Uryu, and how, as I mentioned before, Yuki doesn't want to kill her because reasons. And Uryu said that she was going to kill him, but kind of has a soft spot for Yuki because they are the same. Now, I don't know about you, Satsuki, but a whiny little middle schooler and a psycho-terroristic bitch with an escape clause out her vagina, I don't see the resemblance.
Hold on, let me check.
Yeah, hold on.
I mean, I could kind of see it.
Yeah, maybe if you squint. You just squint a little bit, but the fact that they're the same is, I use this word a lot, but I think this is very important for this particular scene. Very forced. to just try to force the plot along. We are the same. Bull fucking shit. They are the same. They're not even remotely the same. Oh. She lost her parents and he recently lost her parents. That's it. Nothing else.
But he's a scared child, just like how she used to be. Yeah.
Yeah, and she grew into a psycho adult. So, I mean, you lost me there. Oh, yeah, she was scared. I mean, I think that's pretty normal. Anybody would be a scared child if they lost their parents. I think I'm not trying to rationalize or be judgmental or anything or put people in this box or anything, but
didn't you literally kill children who were scared?
Yeah. This woman is of the mindset of, I see myself in this kid, and they're scary, and they're crying and everything. Has no problem blowing up a fucking school. And
the problem with that specifically is that her story is that she grew up in like a war zone, essentially, and that's how she lost her parents. So you enact terroristic attacks against people, specifically bombing them. When you think that's reminiscent of, I'm not saying that's how her parents died, but when you think that's reminiscent of the things that you've seen as a kid that would resonate with you, bombing people specifically? No, apparently not. Like,
no, it's like a hangnail. It bothers for a little bit, but then it goes away, apparently.
But yeah, so she sees herself in Yuki, and for whatever reason is like, yeah, we're like you said, we're the same.
I have a soft spot for you, kid. You're kind of great, and I'm kind of an asshole. But in another life, we could have been friends.
Get away from me, psycho!
And then like Yuki's plan is he texts that his life was in danger. Her future changed. Uryu believed that to be Yuki's phone that made the sound when the future changed. She guessed wrong where his position was, and that gave Yuki the opportunity to shoot her. And after Uryu is shot, she talks about how she has a bomb on her person, on her snatch. To when her heart stops, she'll blow up, and she uses that opportunity to give like this Vegeta-esque Majin Buu versus Majin Buu moment where she sacrifices herself to take down 11th. And I go, yeah, no, this is not earned.
No, it's not earned. And the crazy thing about that, where it's like, oh, the bomb is hooked up to me, so if my heart stops, I'll blow up. Thank God. Thank God he didn't hit her vital organs, or he would have fucking died.
That's the thing. They try to set it up as if it's of her own volition that she's trying to do some good for Yuki now, which I guess she is. But if her heart stops and the bomb goes off, that means either way, if she would have died, somebody else in her vicinity would have died. She had to have this set up prior. The problem, hold on. I didn't have this plan. The problem with this whole thing is that this wasn't done via her own volition. I have made fun of Vegeta's death, specifically with the Majin Buu thing.
Yeah.
I won't go into that, but I will say that the merits of that scene specifically is that Vegeta did this of his own volition. Yep. He did a lot of bad shit that arc. He killed an entire stadium of people. But at the very end of his life, he made it a point that I'm going to try to do some good because this is what I can use my life for. He has the conversation with Piccolo where he asks Piccolo, where am I going to end after I do this? Because he knows he's going to die. Piccolo says, "You ain't going with Goku." I'm just telling you that right now.
Yeah, he was blunt. He's like, you ain't going there.
Yeah. This doesn't work with Uryu. This is not the Vegeta scene with Uryu because she already set herself up to die.
Yeah.
So what does this matter? That now that she's going to use her life to help Yuki, okay, cool. She was going to die anyway. Like it didn't matter. So
Yeah,
it doesn't hit.
She would have died whether he put one in her head or heart, or if I don't know, like she got killed some other kind of way. It doesn't matter. It was hooked to her all the way. It's not like she was dying, pulled a grenade out of her, and then like was crawling to the blast shields and just was like, I'm doing this for you, and did it that way. No, it was already hooked up to her, and it didn't matter if she lived or died, because now she's going to say, oh, I'm going to sacrifice myself. Girl, you weren't going to sacrifice yourself 2 minutes ago, but now you are. Please.
It's
so undeserved.
Yeah, it's very poor. But
And there is the end of Uryu. That was her scene. And what happened when she blew up the safe? Not a goddamn thing.
Yeah, that's why I said they copied the Vegeta thing, just like the Majin Buu thing. Her death didn't do anything. It's supposed to be sad and whatever. But it's okay because is able to open the safe and kill 11th.
The Griffin says, and then she was reincarnated as Sneakity Sneak.
Oh, the terrorist.
That fits perfectly because he's a fucking terrorist and blows shit up too. Oh, that is perfect, Decrepit.
But he also gives candy to children, EA. Don't forget about his soft side.
Oh, right. That's right. That's essentially, oh my god. He gave candy to a Tanuki, which is kind of like a squirrel. And she gave like an acorn to a squirrel. Oh my god.
The connection.
I think that connection is true. It definitely does. Holy shit. Well, she sacrifices herself stupidly. Thus ends Uryu.
Mm-hmm.
Yuno opens the safe to no one's surprise, kills 11th. And we end with the literal fabric of time and space crumbling.
Mm-hmm. Normal.
So that's kind of how the the episode ends like that, but also Akise gets teleported up with Chef Boyardee and has a meeting with Deus Ex Machina, and that's how the episode ends.
Yeah. The Crypto Store says, okay, hear me out. The detective said Sneak kept getting away from him, probably because he also has the escape diary.
Oh my god. There are just these fucking parallels. They're like, what if we do Future Diary better? That's what the people of Apocalypse Hotel were doing.
They're probably like, that's not that hard, but okay.
They just dedicated it to one episode. My god. So, onward to the final episode of tonight, Future Diary episode 22.
Which is arguably the worst.
I was going to say, I thought those two episodes were shit. This is probably the most shit and probably the worst episode of the whole series. And I know I've been saying that quite a bit since we've been beginning this, but I really, truly, and honestly believe this is the worst. Like, this is, instead of a crown, you need like a shit on top of your head or whatever. Like, this is the peak shit episode. My god.
This show is an abyss. you think that you hit rock bottom, but in actuality, all you did was hit a cliff on the way down. That's
Seriously.
it. Like you hit that cliff, you go, oh, all right, I hit the bottom. Ah, and you're still falling. You're like, what the? And then you hit another
going?
cliff. Yeah. Did this?
So, Ikase is not really a human, guys. He was a creation of Deus Ex Machina to observe the death game.
Makes sense.
Yeah, totally. Because it's not like he was watching the death game from where the fuck he was.
He literally can tell you everything that happened in the death game. And he has Murmur, by the way. I don't know if they forgot about that whole thing. Because Murmur literally gives the people I was about to say Death Note. The Future Diaries. So he has Murmur, right? But he needed an observer?
Right. Somebody to tell him what's happening, even though he can see where everything's happening from up above, sees it through monitors and shit. He's all knowing. He's God. And also Murmur. Even though she's an annoying character, she has a purpose. And her purpose is to give those notes out and do stupid shorts at the end of the episodes. But yeah, we have to have this wonderful twist of Ikase being an observer. And, Deus Ex Machina is just like, I made you under my own volition. You do things that I tell you. You don't have your own means to think for yourself. You don't have human will or whatever. Mm-hmm. So he was trying to prove the fact that he did. He's like, yeah, well, I did this. That's because I told you. Mm-hmm. Well, I did that. That's because I told you. Well, you know what? You don't have control over God, Deus Ex Machina. You know what you don't have control over? You don't have control over me loving Yuki. So stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
I have to wonder if this mangaka, if
is he okay?
Yeah, we had to check up on him. Was his first love experience somebody just stalking him, or him doing these relationships are so one-sided. Like this is going to sound crazy. I can't call it healthy. The only half decent relationship that we got were what were their names? Marco and I. That's like the only half decent relationship we got. Everything else is one-sided. Nishijima loves Uryu, despite Uryu not seeing herself as like a lady and whatnot, and him just forcing her his feelings on her. We already know about Yuki and Yuno. I ain't got to go too far with that. Mao and Hinata. Literally, Mao just sexually harasses Hinata and takes pussy pictures of her while she's in the hot springs and whatnot. And then we got this Akise and Yuki thing to where Akise hasn't had any romantic interactions with Yuki other than him just calling him cute and sweet cheeks or whatever the fuck they say, and Yuki not reciprocating it and him saying he loves him.
Yeah,
I mean, okay, is that's the extent of these relationships? Really?
Yeah, pretty fucking much all one-sided except for Marco and I. I don't know. Has this mangaka made any other series after Future Diary? He has. What is he, anything of note?
It's called Big Order, and it's not good.
So he's just known for not being good.
Big Order has a score. Let me see.
Drum roll.
It has a score on Mao of 5.35.
Shit. Are the characters one-sided just like that too? Where they... Well, why am I asking you? You probably don't read it.
No. But just for context, a score of 5.35 is fucking awful for my anime list.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, so needless to say, this mangaka is bad. The Cryptid Storm says, you already used the worst episode of all time as a title 2 weeks ago. This power scaling of terribleness is not working.
It's basically like we had to power scale stuff based on like Dragon Ball Z standards. It's like when Berter called himself the fastest in the universe, and that got overturned
right.
within the same fucking arc. It's like, yeah, we said that, but we didn't know at the time that things were going to get better or worse. In this situation, it's like at that time, that was the worst episode of all time from our perspective. But now the depths have gone even further than we thought. Like we dug and thought we reached the end, and turns out that was just a rock in the way, and there was more to be dug.
Yeah. And then there was Yuki's parents where they killed each other. My God. Yeah, once again, the love relationships and whatnot.
Aww. Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah, but this was a lame twist. It was unnecessary, really. This guy could have been a regular person and just, I don't know, like, I feel like this kind of ruined his character, because I remember thinking back, I was like, this character is like maybe halfway decent in the series. And again, that's not saying much because all these characters suck, but he's the one that kind of had potential. But nah, you could say he's a creation by Deus Ex Machina. He only does what I tell him. He doesn't have free will. But the love proved wrong. So love conquers all.
It's the garner sympathy for a moment that we're going to talk about later. But
Mike.
But Akise proves to Deus Ex Machina that he's his own person somehow. Which I
love Yuki.
No, because that was because when he says that, Deus Ex Machina goes, so he proves his identity as his own individual by him saying that I had Eighth create a fake diary for me, one of those apprentice diaries for me, and I go,
that was it.
Okay, and somehow that's a loophole out of Akise, being erased from existence or whatever the fuck. Whatever, cool. I'm not going to sit here and talk about that too long because I don't.
I'm so glad we brought him back. He was dematerializing and now he's back, y'all.
Yeah.
Thank God. I was so worried.
So yeah, now he has his own future diary for real. He's not just guessing. He has his own future diary, people. So, the big thing is with Yuki, because now we're focusing on him, is that people are telling him, Hinata specifically tells him, you can't bring back your mom or dad, even if you become God. And
just have to accept that your parents are dead.
Yuki doesn't want to believe it. He's like, no.
No. Not true.
Here's the thing, EA.
Yeah.
He tells that information that Yuki's parents can't be brought back to Akise, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yuki asked him this question explicitly after his mom died. He asked him if he could bring his parents back. You know what he said? Deus Ex Machina said?
Yeah, totally.
No.
What did he say?
He said, I don't have the power to do that. So
we just told him.
No. Here's the thing, because it's like he left him in a state of limbo. He didn't know whether or not that was possible. Deus Machina just essentially said, I don't know if I can do it right now. And I go,
please call back later.
Yeah, it was like some customer service shit. It was like, I don't know. Did you try to reset your mom and dad?
Did you try to reset them? There's a button in the back. Just hard reset, and they should come right back alive.
Yeah, just hold their earlobe for like 10 seconds, wait till they reset, and then we'll see. So
it usually fixes right away.
Yeah. But yeah, he essentially says like he doesn't know whatever. But then he gives a hard confirmation to Akise that he can't do it. And I went, wait a minute. Why wasn't this information delivered to Yuki then? That he just can't do it? Because that would have changed everything. Literally, I'm asking a question, but I already know the answer. Because his parents dying was a motivator for him acting like badass Yuki. But for us to get badass Yuki, he had to believe that his parents could be brought back. So he asked if his parents could get back. Deus Machina doesn't give him a definite answer, and then later he just says, no, they can't. So you lied. That's called deception. A lie. You lied. This series is literally showing you how arbitrary the character's motivations are, because they literally just lied for the fact that they could milk more drama out of this whole situation.
Yeah, so that was the thing. That was a motivator, so to speak, a twist. Oh, by the way, you can't bring your mom and dad back to life. And what we get that unfolds from here on out,
fucking God,
is probably, and I'm just gonna up and say it. It's probably one of the worst things I've seen in anime.
It's pretty horrible.
Not this series. Anime as a whole.
I would say media.
And I'm probably media. And I've seen some bad shit. I saw the final season of Game of Thrones. I've seen so many terrible things.
Winnie and the Pooh, Blood Honey.
Oh my God. Oh, bother. That shit was hilarious. But this takes the fucking cake. This, my God, okay. So, Yuki's kind of like coping, whatever. Friends are taking Chef Boyardee away so that she's safe and sound or whatever. Akise is like, got something to tell you, Yuki. And then Yuno is like being extra sus and more violent than usual. I don't know. It just like it's just dumb because like he takes off, but then like Akase is like fighting Yuno at one point.
Mm-hmm.
And then he runs and like talks to the other crew and whatever. And, more of the whole, you can't bring your parents back to life, blah, blah, blah. And he's having a hard time with it, whatever. And this, for some reason, like stops Akise from doing what he's doing. Decides to stab herself in the stomach. Once I'm dead, Yuki's gonna know something's off, and da-da-da-da-da-da. And this is supposed to make me stop holding you down or whatever. She stabs herself. She's doing all these crazy things. The thumbnail is pretty much, well, okay, that's after. But she's psycho crazy looking. Akise decides to like let her go. Not just let her go, mind you. not just let her go. He heals her. He patches up her stab wound and goes, good as new, and then runs off to Yuki.
You forgot the best part, yeah.
Okay, let's hear it.
He leaves her with her future diary.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
One of her biggest weapons.
Yes.
If that one thing you don't want to kill her outright, at least have the threat of killing her and confiscate her future diary. He doesn't even take that. How the fuck does that make sense?
Makes zero sense. He just leaves the one thing that could kill them all and just puts it in her hand after he heals her. He heals her. Because whatever. Runs up. Oh, while all this is happening, mind you, Yuno calls Yuki and says, help, help. He's killing me. Help. I'm going to die if you don't do something. Please help me. And Yuki does the unthinkable. He has a gun and he shoots every single one of his friends that he fought so hard to be with. He wanted to be friends with, what's the short hair girl? Hinata?
Yeah, Hinata.
Really wanted to be friends with her. Shoots her first, kills her dead.
Nice.
And then
Good
Mao, great shot. Mao says, you're a fucking coward. You just don't want to accept the fact that you can't bring people back to life. Shoots her dead.
Nice.
Because, you know, why fight logic with words? Just use your weapons instead.
Yeah.
And then, best character,
Kosaka.
Kosaka. I was about to say like Kasao, but that's not his name. Kosaka. You know what? I don't even like you. I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to walk away. And he has a chance to walk away, but for some reason still talks with the... Oh, no, they fight. That's right. Because
he punches him. Mm-hmm.
That's right. He punches him, and then they like fight. He could have walked away and lived. Oh, sorry, spoiler. But they fight each other, and he shoots him because, you know, he's a pussy. And he's like, see, I told you were a bitch, and then just falls over and dies. And again, all that is happening when Akise is running to try and help. You know, say this fucking thing that's so goddamn important that he just couldn't say for a while, but now is trying to help or whatever. Chef Boyardee somehow gets... It's like under some rubble somehow. I don't even know how that happened.
Yeah, but because the fabric of time is breaking, so a whole bunch of like of the actual world is starting to crumble.
Okay.
So
I just feel like it didn't show it.
No, they didn't. It didn't show it. Like it just happens. I don't even know how she was alive up to that point. But yeah, it's because the fabric of time is breaking and like certain like constructs and foundations are also starting to break. So that's how she got stuck in the rubble. But it doesn't matter. It's just there to have her be the final piece, so to speak, to die, other than Yuno and Yuki.
Yeah.
Stupid. Her character didn't mean anything. What did she fucking do this whole
Nothing. Zero, other than have a giant ass head. That's all she had. So Akise is running up. I got something to tell you. He gets his throat slit by Yuno, and you know, because that's what you get for patching her up, stupid. And you know, he essentially, I think at the same time, like while this happens, breaks her diary, right? Unless I'm jumping ahead.
Yeah.
Because he slits her throat, and then he goes, yeah. And then just breaks it. She should be dead, right? Somehow she's not. Yuno goes, oh, darling, I miss you, darling. Runs up to Chef Boyardee, stabs her dead. Goodbye, useless character. Chef Boyardee is now dead. There are now 2 remaining future diary contestants left, Yuki and Yuno. So, Akise is bleeding to death, bleeding a lot, and he has like an epiphany, a moment, and he's just like, wait a minute. I just broke her diary. Why is she still alive? That must mean, oh my god, I have to warn him. And he gets up, still bleeding and everything. And Yuno, was like celebrating with Yuki or whatever, going, oh, darling, don't listen to the lies, blah, blah, blah. He goes and says, well, he can't say anything because his vocal cords are fucked.
Understandable.
So he's like, I'm going to go ahead and show him this text message, which explains everything. Decides to walk and slump his half-dead ass all the way over. Goes over there. Kind of makes it close before Yuno just up and slices his fucking head off.
With a combat knife.
With a combat knife. I don't think it would do that. It could definitely cause some damage, but it would not slice it clean off.
Yes, with one swipe.
No way. So, heads get sliced clean off. You know, they say in those moments, your mind is still alive and your mind is still kind of active, albeit you're dead, which is fucking insane to think, but it's a true thing.
Yeah.
His head's flying in the air. His head's looking back at his body, which is standing. Not on the ground, mind you. It's standing and holding the phone with no head.
Those electrons are still doing their thing.
Yep. I don't think that's how it would work, but this series, albeit wacky and goofy, wants you to believe that Akise, who is now dead, head floating in the air, is able to look back and see his own body and hold up the important thing that he has to tell Yuki. And the episode ends with Yuki staring at the text message. And we have no idea what it is. It's just cliffhanger.
Do you know what it is?
Like I said, I only watched it one time. I feel like I kind of remember it. I think it has some... Do you want me to say?
No, yes.
I feel like it has something to do with her being a twin or something. I think it has something to do with that. Or something convoluted. I can't remember. It was like... Anyway.
Let me... I'm not going to spoil it per se, but I'm going to just put out the facts.
Okay.
All right? What they've stated to be true thus far. Yuno is the only child.
Yuno was the only child.
The umbilical cord of the person they found has an exact match for her DNA. An exact match. Meaning that the person that we know as Yuno has the same DNA as Yuno. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, Yuno's diary was destroyed, but she wasn't killed. Akise theorizes that maybe there are 2 diaries instead of 1. That's all I'm gonna say.
There you go.
That's all I'm gonna say. To me, I feel like at this point, you kind of get what they're trying to go for. And even if you don't, this plot twist isn't as big as the show tries to present it to be. And that's my problem. This plot twist lingers on for so long, and it's not as big as they think it is. It's not.
Yeah. And now we have 4 episodes left.
We almost done, man.
We are almost done with this series. Next week, we only have 2. So we're doing it 2-2 with the remaining 2 weeks. Episodes 23 and 24, and then the week after, 25 and 26. The finale of The Future Diary. And oh my goodness. Just when you think it can't get any worse, somehow, that's right, they pull us back in, and it becomes so much worse. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Okay, I'm sorry.
Is that Celebrity QRW6? What's good, Choco?
Hey, QRW6 and Choco. Hello.
Don't forget, y'all got to do the OVA midnight.
We're not doing an OVA.
We will literally skin you alive. We're not doing that.
Isn't it just a stupid beach episode too?
No. There's
I've never seen it.
There's an OVA called Redial. It goes more into detail about like where the show ends. So it's kind of like a continuation.
Oh,
we're not doing that.
Okay. No, absolutely not.
Oh, fuck no.
Yeah, but we actually have some questions this week. We have 5. FYI. But real quick, that was it for The Future Diary. It is cooking up, y'all. It is absolutely just
it's cooking up like
spicy
a wish
meatball.
Like a wish would do a potion.
So next week, episodes 23 and 24, be there, because we will too. Okay, well, shall we get into viewer questions?
Viewer questions.
Oh, gotta hit the yeah, there we go, air horn. All right, we'll go back and forth with this. I will read the first one. First question. What's the worst recommendation you have received and completed? It can be anime, game, books, TV, etc.
Completed?
That's a good question. And a worst recommendation.
Ooh, that's a good question. Because
That's a very good question.
completed changes everything for me. Like, because I've got some bad recs, but completed, I don't know. I have to actually check my list for that. Let me see.
I feel like it was a TV show for me. What was the TV show?
Oh, maybe it'll be a movie for me.
Maybe it's a movie for me too. Oh, this movie's so funny, and then it's like not even remotely funny. Man, I'd really have to sit and think. The worst recommendation. I guess if I was to think right off the top of my head, worst recommendation.
I know what it is.
Show. All right, you say it and I'll try to think of
Okay.
one.
Mine is Higehiro. I would say Japan Sinks, but I don't know if that was recommended to me. But Higehiro is the worst anime that I've been recommended to me.
That was the taking home an 18-year-old and shaved your face?
Oh, no. It would be better if she was 18, but no, she was just a high schooler.
Oh, right, high schooler. She wasn't 18. Duh.
Yeah.
That's Higehiro. That's right.
Yeah, but
No one recommended that to you?
no, remember the reason why we watched it on the podcast was because I talked about how my friend recommended it to me, and me being naive at the time took his recommendations without vetting it, without really screening if it was valid or not, and then we ended up watching it for the podcast for that amount of time, and it ended up being one of the worst things I ever watched.
Oh my god.
So yeah, that had to be my worst recommendation. Anime, manga, maybe not manga. I had to check that, but definitely anime.
Okay. I think I had a TV series that was recommended to me. Oh, well, I'm just trying to remember what the fuck it was called. But it was okay. It really wasn't the best, and I guess I really didn't complete it because there's like so many seasons of it. But I think I watched like the first 2 seasons, and I was like, wow, they recommended to me. I can't remember the name. I know it was like on like I think like Showtime or HBO. Driving me crazy that I can't remember the name. Once I do, I'll let you know and I'll drop it in the chat. But I remember it's like, oh yeah, this was so good, and I'm just like, it's not.
It's
terrible.
not.
But I couldn't be. Oh, I know another one since I can't remember that other one. The Big Bang Theory.
Really?
Now, don't get me wrong. I liked the first couple of seasons because I was like, oh, look at nerd culture representation on TV. Ooh-doo-doo. But as it went on for 11 seasons, the fact I didn't mind that it was like going on for that long and that it was, people liked it. I just hated how people were like, oh, this is how the nerds acted. The worst character is Sheldon.
Mm-hmm.
Not all nerds are fucking weirdos and, like, what is a woman? What is a boob? It's like,
yeah,
not all nerds act like that. It's just so. I want to see a series where it shows actual nerds, not afraid to be nerds, not just the whole stereotypical thick glasses playing D&D and just not knowing what a woman is. I'm so sick and tired of that shit.
Yeah, it's definitely like an exaggerated archetype where it's like they had to exist in this stream. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think another one that was another worst recommendation is that terrible TV show called Everybody Loves Raymond. I don't know why people love that stupid ass show. Well, that's Home Improvement, but Everybody Loves Raymond is
wait, how
it's a show you could. Everybody loves Raymond. You had the brother that was older, and then the main character Raymond, who was nasally and whiny. He plays the elephant in Ice Age. Like that's Ray Romano.
My friend used to watch that show a lot.
It is so bad. It is. You could literally take that show and cookie cut it into any show that was back in the 90s. Not all the shows, mind you, but the ones that were considered popular.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid Dad, wife that yells and complains at him a lot. It's just, you fit the bill of everything. Overbearing parents. And people thought it was funny. It's not funny. It's terrible. They just make, ugh.
Yeah.
So bad. Anyway.
I'm not a fan of it.
It's terrible. And just the recommendations are just left and right. Next question.
Oh. The next question is, what does good writing mean to you?
That is a very good question. And I think it's very open-ended for sure. For me, I could speak for myself, unless you wanted to go.
I was going to say to me, I feel like it's simple. I think good writing is literally just executing on your ideas. Because there's so many, like in this sense, there's so many ways to have good writing, right? But the way you have good writing is very simple. Literally just executing on your premise, ideas, themes, character dynamics, whatever it may be. Good. It's really that simple. Just making sure you utilize your resources well. Yeah. That to me is good writing. That's really all it is.
It's a great answer. For me, good writing is something that makes sense. I understand not everybody can be an amazing writer like Christopher Nolan and do these really makes you think, put the pieces together, and then at the end everything makes sense type. It doesn't have to be that overly complicated, because to me, sometimes I don't need to think over hard when it comes to certain things. I just like to be entertained. And I feel like there are just some things that all you have to do is just make it make sense. Even in a science fiction realm, you can make it make sense, or a fantasy realm. If things are just so like all over the place and you can't make it work, and it's just so, I don't know, where you're just lost the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I love Game of Thrones when it first came out. There were so many moving parts, and they made it work. Like so many different characters, and you could follow each and every one. There was like, 20 to 30 characters that you're just following their arcs and their stories, and like it felt natural. Like that to me, that's good writing. Last season, not so good, but yeah, making it make sense and just making do with what you have. Like, don't try to overcomplicate things. I agree with you, Sasuke. Like, make it simple. You don't, I think if it's entertaining enough, people will look at it and enjoy it for what it is. If you have the mind of Quentin Tarantino or who else that can write these amazing scripts like nothing, then by all means, you're luckier than me, I guess.
I feel it.
Next question. Has there been any series you guys watched for KOA that you feel were prematurely killed? Well,
there's a very easy answer to this question. I want to see if you get it, though.
Okay. I know we brought back Demon Slayer, so that was one we technically
that was the one.
And then brought back, because it was, I don't know. I think it was just like overhyped at the time, because when it came out, it was winning all these awards like Anime of the Decade, Anime of the Year. And I'm like, really? This fucking series? Why?
A big part of it was my fault. I was very, 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 very critical of Demon Slayer. Not that I regret being critical of it. It's just that I wasn't having fun with it the way I was with other shows. Like, I wasn't just accepting it for what it is. It was one of those things to where my mindset was warped on people's opinions and how highly they thought of it. And like, instead of just having, like I said, having fun with it. Because there's some things that are overrated, but are still enjoyable.
For sure. Yeah. I think it was up until like we killed it with the whole Zenitsu being annoying. And I know that really got to me.
That
and
I ain't gonna lie, he still irritates me.
He irritates me too. But I feel like these next coming movies, he's not gonna be as irritating. He seems like he's gonna be a badass. But yeah, I killed it there, but I guess you could say that was one where people actually told me to watch it. Recommendation. And then I picked it up, and once we got to the spider arc and we saw him do the whole fire sword thing for the first time, I said, okay, now I understand why people like this show. This is where we needed to get to. And I think that's what made us bring it back.
Yeah.
But as far as any other shows other than Demon Slayer, I feel like all of them were appropriately killed. There were some shows I watched in secret that I didn't watch with them. Goblin Slayer was one. Can't remember of any others, because I feel like the ones that we liked, we kept for a long time. And the ones that we killed, I feel like we stood by it and we weren't really like, maybe we should have given that another chance.
The one for me, at least, I think there's like two that register in my mind. One being Kanata no Astra, because I finished that when we dropped it.
Yeah, I remember you guys telling me it was good.
The thing is, though, I stand by our opinion when we dropped it, because like what made Kanata no Astra good was like this big twist that happened maybe 2 episodes after we dropped it. And had it not been for that twist, I don't think that show was good at all. So like it really relied on that big twist that happened. So from our perspective, at the time we dropped it, I still stand by it. The show for me that's more personal, and I understand why y'all dropped it, but the show that I like that we dropped was Adachi Tushimamura. Like I read the light novel for it, a little bit of it, at least to the point where the anime ends, and I thought that was I won't say great show. I thought it was a good show. So yeah, that would have been the one that I feel like was killed prematurely.
Yeah. Yeah. Other than that, I really can't say much of other ones. Like I said, I feel like the ones that we killed were ones that should have been killed and ones that we kept. We kept because we enjoyed them. So yeah. Next one for you.
Yeah. I feel like they wanted us to say what was that one show that we dropped? What's that show? Delicious in Dungeon. I feel like they wanted us to say that.
Oh yeah, I stand by that. I did not care for that series. I know C Tactics went on to watch it and he said he actually really liked it, but I don't know. I couldn't get behind the hype. I thought it was, now that's a show that I would say is overrated.
Well, next question is, name one thing you would do to improve Future Diary. One
thing, huh? I think there's more than one, but I guess we have to pick one.
This is like asking the question of how would you make sure the Titanic stayed afloat? I mean,
how would you make sure
just
the house
one
doesn't
thing
fall over?
Like, I mean, I don't know. One thing to replace the mangaka entirely.
I mean, that's a pretty good answer. Get somebody else to write it.
It's not much I can do to truly improve it, because if I plug up one thing, then so many other holes will exist that it wouldn't even matter that I did that one thing.
Right. Exactly. It's just, you put your finger in the leaking dam, then another hole's gonna spring, and then you put your finger there, and then another hole, then another hole. Yeah, I agree. But if I was to improve one thing, just stop with the plot conveniences. For me, let a character be true to their convictions. Let Uryu be a psycho terrorist and kill people. Let Yuno be a psycho girl and kill people. Let, I don't know, the officer, and I'm talking about the one who was a diary user, be in command and be a corrupt cop. Just, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of things to improve, but for me personally, the one thing is to just don't change characters' convictions. Let them be true to them and let them follow through and be those characters. Don't change them for the plot convenience. Just keep them who they are. I understand you created this character, Uryu, and you really liked this character and wanted to expand upon it, but you kind of wrote yourself into a corner when you made her a psycho terrorist that blew up a school. So,
yeah.
I don't know. You can't really fix that. So yeah, that's what I would say. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I feel like I echo your sentiments. It's just, I think the show needs to commit to things. It keeps doing this thing to where it's like just the duality of characters, and it just does not work. I feel some characters would work better if they were one-dimensional. That sounds so stupid to me, saying it out loud, but they try to make...
Sometimes it works. Sometimes you don't need too much.
Yeah.
Not every character has to be super in-depth.
Yeah, and some characters, like Uryu, for example, are supposed to be sympathetic, but I think she would just work better if she was just, like you said, just a complete psychopath. So I think making this series more simpler than it already is would be in its benefit. I feel like it tries too much. It tries to juggle being this smart mystery while being this action thriller while being this love story, and it's like none of these things connect with each other. Please just stick to like one thing and let that be your let that be your, you know, your let that be your specialty. You know, it's like the whole idea of being a jack of all trades, jack of none. Yeah, that's kind of what you get with Future Diary.
Absolutely. And the last question is a great one. If you had 30 seconds to sell someone on Apocalypse Hotel, what would you say?
I'm gonna time you. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me know. Let me know when you're ready.
I'll just shoot from the cuffs. So I'm ready. Say when.
3, 2, 1, go.
So when it comes to this show, it's called Apocalypse Hotel. It is a very unique show. It's out there. It's got lovely animation. It's full on. You don't know what to expect. Just go into it not knowing a lot, because you're going to spoil yourself if you look online trying to see what's going on. Anyway, just imagine like a hotel set in the future with robots, and that's pretty much
Shut
it.
up, boo. Okay.
I sucked, but all right. I'm gonna time you now.
This is gonna be hard because I'm inebriated. Let me get my thoughts in order.
Where's my stop? Oh, there's my stopwatch. Okay. Let me know when you're ready.
All right, Tommy.
3, 2, 1, and go.
If you want a series where you truly do not know what to expect, if you want a series where episode to episode, you do not know where the plot will linger, where it will go, where it would derive from, you need to watch Apocalypse Hotel. The characters are great. You truly do not know what you're going to get week to week. It is an experience unlike anything else. You truly do not know what the fuck you're going to get.
Okay. I think we both did pretty good.
Yeah. Apocalypse Hotel is like a mystery box, truly. It's
amazing.
It's been one of the series where I feel truly stomped on what to predict. You know, so those are all the questions that we got. Appreciate you guys.
Good questions.
Appreciate you guys for turning your questions. Hey, turning your questions right now. If you got any, it's always in the description, and then we'll answer it next week. Always a welcome addition to the podcast. And you can see EA dropped the links for our Bisky, our Blue Sky, as well as our Patreon. Our Patreon, you only need to addition $1 single a month, and you will have access to not only what we will talk about later. I mean, we've already kind of discussed. Maybe we'll talk about Shrek, which I think is a good idea. But you have access to our backlog, which we have. Won't say plenty, but we have some things that you might be interested. Our drunken podcast, our podcast talking about the SpongeBob movie, Watamote, gaming, a lot of
Midori Day. No, fuck. Not Midori Days. Madoka Magica Rebellion movie.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, my bad. Yes. So a bunch of good stuff for you to see and watch. And
sure.
$1 stinking $1. Come on, y'all.
I know y'all got $1. Come on, bro. But that about concludes the podcast. This was one of the longest podcasts we've done.
My God. What? Is this 4.5 hours? Holy shit.
The Future Diary segment alone it should never be this long, but appreciate everybody who's been with us for this long, and appreciate everybody who ends up watching the VOD and whatnot. Again, follow the links, subscribe, like the video, submit your questions, whatever it may be. engage with us, comment, you know what I mean? Whatever we got to say, whether you disagree, agree, we're welcome to, engage with y'all. So only thing left to say is y'all have a good night. We are the KOA podcast. Sasuke the Savage. Everything animated. Peace.
Later.